mom missing in Arizona.
I think it's
Would you commit to more federal agents like helping out on the search?
sure. I'm going to go later on. I think it's I always got along very good with Savannah. Very unusual situation, but we're going to find out.
Have you heard anything?
Yeah, what do you want?
Savannah Guthrie's mom missing in Arizona.
I think it's terrible.
Would you commit to more federal agents like helping out on the search?
Sure, I
or
would.
anything like
I'm going to
that?
call her later on. I think it's a terrible thing. I always got along very good with Savannah. Very unusual situation, but we're going to find out.
Have you heard anything?
Yeah, what do you want?
Savannah Guthrie.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening. Welcome in. Hope you guys are having a good whatever day. Is today Tuesday? Is today Tuesday? Welcome in, everybody. Let's see who we have in the chat. And today, I've been thinking about it, how the case again is going silent. Welcome in, Shibby Kathleen. Thank you for the super. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Let me know how the sound is because I do have a mic. So I'm trying something a little different. So I'm not yelling into the phone. How is the sound? Give me a thumbs up, down, middle. Welcome in from Maine. Yeah. Thanks for catching you can catch the replay if you fall asleep. But we have some a new angle here, guys. National security threat, in my opinion. I'm going to break it down. So okay, I sound good. Okay, because I do have a new mic. It's not new, but I'm just trying it out. Welcome in, Cases and Conversations. Great show today. I was watching there for a little bit. Great panel. Lisa, good evening. Putting this case back in the microwave. Things are heating up, Copeland says. Very nice. Linda, Shibby's in there. April, any word? I told Troy. Okay, I have to check what that's about. But welcome in, Teresa. Everybody come on in. Oh, I forgot to share this on X. So while we're getting started, I'm going to play this little intro video. I got to share this on X. I forgot. But I'm going to break this down because here, we have the president coming out saying, hey, all this stuff I've been talking. Remember, this was a while ago. What did I keep saying that? What did Trump say? Trump was saying, oh, right in that thing, we'll play it again. Oh, yeah, I'm going to call Savannah tonight. Is he still in contact? But here, this is, in my opinion, a national security threat. What if this was a way now people from another country, our enemies, will target other people? And the city has not done anything to protect the community as far as more cameras. Are they looking into this? That some other country now is looking what happened and people are sending emails. Nothing can get tracked. I know it was Nancy Guthrie, but what if this was somebody else? Somebody else's family member that was in political office or a celebrity and now we just are supposed to, the public are just supposed to forget about this. To me, this is a bigger story than just Nancy Guthrie. Obviously, that is the biggest. But the bigger story is that these people have literally done this. No vehicle, no photos. We have nothing. And now there's back to silence. Monday morning, nothing. Have you heard anything about Nancy Guthrie? No, we're talking, they want to talk about the Tyler Robinson case, which we all know. It's pretty obvious with that case what's going to happen. I know we got to go through the motions, but I'm not going to get into that. But here we go. I'm going to go get this posted to X. We got two special people coming in here in a little bit. So shout out to Shibby and Cases. The name Cases and so yeah, we'll get them on. I think Michelle, Cases and Conversations. So I'll be right back. Shibby, hang tight. I know you're in the back in the green room. Shibby's in the green room. Be right back. I gotta share this out real quick. Here's a little intro music for everybody. Get started here in just a minute, everybody. Thanks for coming in.
They wrote us up that night on the street lights. Court date said July 2. And everybody's watching what they're gonna do. I miss the truth so much. I miss the line between a public road and trying to silence time. And it feels like it's been a long, long road till that courtroom opens up and the story's told. We're not the man they painted on the phone. Oh, no, no, no. We're the live streaming, standing with our cameras all alone. Alex got one felony hanging over his name. Public nuisance misdemeanors added to the game. Dadu's got 2 charges standing in the fight. 857 got 1, but still shining light. And all these charges I don't understand. When free speech is standing on public land.
All right, everybody, welcome in. Welcome in. We got 2 people in the queue. So Shibby and Michelle, I'll bring you in here in just a second. Just a second. Make sure you guys, I don't know, you guys have been streaming, so I want to give you time. Obviously, Shibby probably had a power nap, but welcome in. That was a song. Funny song here by, who was that? I forgot the name. Oh, that was Faithful Servant. There's the link. Here's the link to that song. If you want to have a good laugh, there it is. But welcome in. This is a angle that I don't think a lot of people are looking at. And that's where obviously this is Nancy Guthrie that was kidnapped. But look how easy they're getting away with it. They're not helping the public. What if this was another country? What if it was somebody that was targeting her for her political beliefs? Is this a national security threat, or are we just supposed to take our ball and go home and forget about this case? I'm going to bring Shibby on and Michelle from cases and conversations. I think I got it right. Is that it? All right, well, we'll bring them on. Welcome in. Welcome in.
Hey.
Hello. Hey.
Hey, good to see you guys.
Hi, Michelle. Long time no
Hey,
see.
long time no chat.
What's up? You
Yeah,
changed
so
for
you
us.
guys have
You
been
changed. She got a new shirt on. That's you didn't wear yellow earlier, did you?
No, I did.
Oh, I didn't notice. You had your hair covering it. Sorry.
I did.
Sorry.
so yeah, what you guys were just live a little bit ago.
A little bit.
Yeah, I honestly feel like I'm on the same page as you, especially after chatting with who we had on our panel tonight. Thinking it's a little bit more of it's a higher up.
And so
Definitely
that's
someone
I was
above.
about to ask you. So what was your guys' show about for today?
So, well, basically, we started off the chat just going by. Obviously, there's no new information. There's literally nothing to go off of based on what we previously have been told. Are the ransom letters real? Are they not real? And then bringing on some ex-military tonight kind of opened our eyes a little bit, and hearing his theories and what he has worked with in the past has made you kind of think a lot of it is, he said, this is what you see in other countries, not in the US. Very concerning, which is why I personally believe that's why they're hiding a lot of what they're hiding. They don't want us to know some specifics, I personally think.
Shibby, what do you think? And yeah, we'll get back to that. So you're basically thinking that now as far as specifics, real quickly, what do you think they're holding back? Like, is it because this is a local like group they're trying to catch, or is this an international group like that is sending like the shot across the bow, like, oh hey, we did this,
I think it could go either way. I personally think, again, because they're looking for crypto, or this may not even have anything to do with that. I think there's a lot of in between there, but because everything went out that night, a lot of cameras went down. There was not much recording. We're not seeing any cars. We're not seeing a lot. So to me, it just feels like this was some sort of attack from another country. Not sure where, but I do think that they know more than what they're telling us, and I don't think they want us to know more. If that makes
I'll go to
sense.
the exact opposite end and think I'm starting to think it never even happened. I don't even know why they wouldn't release a little nugget here or there. Come on, even like a pair of pink Skechers or slippers or something, anything. No, not one piece of info. So I don't know. I'm going back to I don't even know if this happened.
Well, do you remember just recently there was that guy who just got caught and he put the explosive things near different
Around his neck
offices?
Oh,
you remember?
Oh, I don't remember that one.
Yeah, it was like during a couple years, like almost like 6-7 years ago, and he placed these devices right near, and then they just caught him last year. Do you remember that? Anybody?
Think I do.
I didn't hear that. No.
Did any of them have it around their necks? Because there was one guy that had stuff around his neck.
No, this was a guy, and he ended up being he just was against all the political.
He had a van. He was in a van, right?
I don't know. They just saw him walking. I forgot what it was. But I'm gonna check the chat. I don't want to.
I do remember. I don't want to say it, but I do remember one where they had a Trump guy with a bunch of Trump stuff in his windows in a van.
No, this was like he was like a younger kid, and he ended up being like, he had some sort of mental illness.
Yeah,
but the whole point is you after they found the devices, you really didn't hear about much, and then 6 years later they found the guy. So the good thing is, I don't think they're gonna ever give up. But to me, if you're a different country, right, and you see what just happened, and now they're literally going, oh, we don't have anything, and oh, look, and then these people are sending emails like it's they have no worries in the world. there's no video from my city. That's what worries me the most is like,
That
okay,
is
it
very
happened. It's like if something happened in your neighborhood
Mhm.
and then like, obviously you have cameras up, but if you had a camera on your street, you would catch that car. And so now there's nothing up there, and they actually want to take these cameras down more. You know what I mean? Because people are feel like their privacy is invaded. But I guess the conversation is, where's the line between your privacy being invaded and being more safe?
Well, the
'Cause
line
these-
is if you're on your private property, if you can see it, you can look at it, you can record it. So I have cameras up on each corners. One looks up my street out to my front lawn, and one looks down my street. I have a whole. If a car comes and goes, I'll catch it on a couple different angles, license plates, everything
yeah.
on
What
my
do you
house.
think? That's a good thing. Is I got more cameras now too.
But the fact of the matter that like no one is chatting about this in the neighborhood, like the memorial's down. It's almost like they're advised not to speak on it. Like they basically want to swipe this under the rug personally because I just feel as if they don't want the public to know what is happening. I guess in that sense, I have a feeling that the government is more aware than like again when we had Army vet on it, he kept referencing back to Mark Kelly, you know, that they brought in these higher ups and he thinks that kind of set the alarm off and that's what made them kind of finish the job, I guess, on Nancy, because if Nancy came back, she'd know who, what, where, when, why they did that, and they didn't want to expose that.
Yeah. I mean, though I was just thinking about all the months, right? Every day we'd come in with a new something was like the story of the day.
Yeah.
And if you remember Kash Patel, he was gonna fly out to Tucson. It was this big old thing. And to come to find out it really had nothing to do with Nancy. He already had planned to come out here for something. But
Taking his girlfriend for a ride or something, wasn't he?
no, he actually was going to like the Indian reservations or
Oh,
something.
okay, true.
I don't know. There's some, who knows? There's some stuff going on here, but to me, the question is like, okay, this was targeted to be Nancy, but let's just say it was one of the 50 states governor's mother. Okay. Now I know this was just Nancy, but what if it was that? And it could be the grandma, it could be an aunt, it could be and the whole country it doesn't matter. Like, to me, this is where, I mean, the conversation of nobody wants to be there if privacy invaded, but there's no cameras in our city. Like, if you drive around your city, Shibby or Michelle, are you going to get on camera?
100%. Yes.
So near
50
Nancy's,
times.
I mean, in Tucson, we do have them, but usually
not-
where they're at. Here, I have no idea if they're working, if they're on, who knows. And
I
to
don't think
me,
my city does it. I think it's just people's cameras, like everywhere, bank, everywhere you go, you're on camera. Not my own city though. Doesn't our surveillance?
But also, wasn't there potentially cameras inside of her house as well? I don't know. That's never obviously been confirmed, but I know Nanos was like, I'm not speaking about the cameras in or outside of the house. So they potentially would have footage from inside as well. You would think, like, I don't personally think the only footage that they showed us is what they retained. I think there's more to that. So that's kind of the question mark is why wouldn't they release that? The reason why I don't think they're releasing is I don't think they want us to know.
yeah, well, and that is what we've been trying to be respectful about is like, obviously they have to keep stuff close and should be saying, well, come on, why don't, they're not releasing anything, but it's like, we don't even have a clue if this is some local group, which concerns me because I have a page that's trying to help people be aware. And is this like a local group that went up there or is this a group is this an international group? Do they think it was one person? Because that is the thing, is even though we all think in our head there has to be multiple people, we only have essentially one suspect.
And being, right in that area, do you hear some people not even know about the case? Like, chatting with some people about Nancy, they're just so unaware of what is going on. And they're like, well, what happened? Is she still not found? What do you mean, Nancy Guthrie? It's very alarming. And I feel like even being right in the center of it, you have people that are still not aware of what's going on in their own county. And that's very, very alarming.
Yeah, you nailed it.
Also,
Go ahead,
I was
Chip.
gonna say, today someone made a good point that I think it was Army vet that said they have a lot more information, but they can't tell us they have it because they're probably not supposed to have it where they attained it. Would be a violations of the Fourth Amendment for you guys, like unreasonable searches and seizures type deal. So they can't tell us what info they have because they're probably not supposed to have it. Possibly,
Yeah.
I don't know. Thought it was a good suggestion.
And that's kind of where, the fine line of like, okay, keep that, but then where's our local sheriff saying, you know what, we're gonna put up, or even the city, somebody saying, hey, we're gonna put up more cameras. We want there's a lot of people, because we have a very and I'm not being political, very left wing voting class, that they think these license plate readers, and it's a real what's a hectic what's the word, people are against each other topic, as far as these license plate readers, but cameras, people don't want to be on film. And I'm like, if you're driving in your car,
controversial or no?
Oh yeah, they've had them all torn down here, not torn down, but voted out.
Those flock cameras, those are next level because they're tracking your plate. If you turn right on a certain street, they know your route. Like that's a flock cameras, right?
Yeah, there's the flock, and it's a pretty, I don't know. I'm just kind of like, the crime is out of control in a lot of cities, not just Tucson, and the public needs something to fight back, because these people are not going to stop. They're only going to grow. They're only going to get more wealthy. And to me, it seems like we need to have this stuff for public safety. Like if Nancy's Guthrie's neighborhood doesn't have more cameras after this, I'm worried. Like the actual public roads.
Even like in the state, in the United Kingdom, England, they have like a camera kind of on every corner looking down the street, and every time I watch a crime show, true crime thing, case about something that happens in England, United Kingdom, they can always follow the people along the cameras walking down the street, so they do have lots there.
Well, it's like China, and I don't think we want to be like China, but
I think they got a drone following each person with China, right? I'm just kidding.
Well, that's what Army vet said. He's like, it's very alarming to see what happens overseas is now happening in the US, where they're not able to track basically who this person is. He doesn't think that they have an idea of who this group is. They just know that if they do find out, that they don't want us to know, basically. Right, Shibby? That's kind of like how he was kind of portraying it.
That's how he riddled it. Yes. That was
yes. He riddles things to make us break it down.
Who's this?
Army vet. So he worked.
Oh yeah. I know him. Yep.
Yeah. He's
great.
Awesome. Yep.
And I'm kind of being facetious when I say riddle, but he does kind of he doesn't give it to you straight sometimes. He makes you come up with it yourself, sort of.
Well, here's the other thing is sometimes, including me, everyone can do it. You can get tunnel vision on a certain theory, right? Because for whatever reason. So I'm interested to say, okay, well, what if none of that is true? Because it could be. Like I'm leaning towards more, something covert from a different country. If it's like an organized group, you know, maybe it was just for money, but it may, this doesn't seem like American at this point, or they would be banging down doors. There's been no SWAT. Remember, we had those two first SWAT, and now there's just been nothing. So to me, I'm worried about this just going silent again. It's like if we don't keep this story alive, the media is just going to do their, like, say once a week, once a month update.
And that's
And,
it.
you know, whoever did this is going to be hopefully not plotting another target. That's what, you know, that's what worries me. And I wonder if the U.S. government is thinking about that. Like, look, they just did this and there's no trace of them. We got a crooked sheriff here, an alleged, who's, you know, been confirmed lied. And
Say
he doesn't.
sketchy's good. Sketchy's good for now.
Sketchy. And then to me, if there's no heads that turn, and, you know, just recently, remember Kash Patel, he said, I don't have a comment. I think that's what he said about, did you guys see that last week?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
He's usually
also
pretty
like-
outspoken too, eh?
what's that?
He's usually, for me, he's pretty outspoken usually, Kash, right? So,
Yep.
sorry, go on, Michelle.
Oh no, I was gonna say, even with her pacemaker, like the fact that that potentially could still be triggering and going off, and they're not able to locate it that way either.
Yeah, and that's why I still keep thinking that until they find out who did this, that they won't find Nancy. Because if, like in Mexico, they have places they take people and nobody knows for years, maybe never. They have ways, right? They just put them in a barrel. I hate to be graphic. And
I was gonna say, or she's really, really deep where they can't pick it up.
I mean, I don't want to be too gruesome, but yeah, there's definitely, you know,
They could have
documented
removed
things.
it from her, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's
So,
really sick.
yeah, well, the thing that, you know, the silence now is kind of what, you know, it's like, it's kind of almost like cryptic messages from the nanos and how they're releasing the messages. And it's like they're responding to certain things that come out, but they won't say anything else. They'll just, so to me, they're doing a disservice to the public, even though maybe they don't care.
They definitely don't care. They're making it very clear that they don't care. The fact that when the news came out and they were showing all the streamers, and it was such a cover up, the way that they posted about it, which it's so questionable. Like I said, Ted jumping over the cones or JLR with the mask on, they made it into a joke. And they weren't showing the realness of what you guys are doing outside of there, being there in person. So for them to really twist that story should be eye-opening to a lot of people who follow these channels behind the scenes to know, okay, if they're twisting this that much, then what are they doing with everything else that they're broadcasting?
Right. Like with that mask, they made it look like a joke, but I mean, obviously they had the like JLR made one little crack about it, right? But for the most part, like it's did Nanos put a mask on and go out there to see if, hey, maybe I'll see something that I didn't think of. Like they ran through it in that scenario. They weren't just like he had it on and kind of made that quick joke, and that's all they show you. You know, they clip it out of context and make you look like a fool is what they did.
Yeah, well, and that's where, just so you know, the like psychology of how I look at this is like, I'll go out to scenes here before Nancy's if it was big enough, right? If it was like a big scene or something, you know, someone. So when this came in and I was like, wow, she's still missing, because a lot of times this happens and the people, they're found like the next day or hopefully within an hour or two. So I go out there, it was like around 12, and there was only about 5 or 6 other media there. And we were just walking around just like, this weird feeling, right? Knowing what just happened. But then just to fast forward 3 to 4 or 5 days after that is when the ransom notes started coming in, all the press conferences. But on the screen now is how busy it was. I don't know if I can blow that up anymore.
I remember seeing when you guys were streaming out there, it was insane.
You know, this is just a little snapshot of one little section. Now, this went all the way down the road. And, you know, just so to me, I'm still in that mind frame. What's the net? Today's the day. What's going? All these other people got paid to go away. Their boss said, dude, you got to come home.
Mm-hmm.
Every single one of them. But we didn't because we are independent. But then you go down to the bottom page and here's me and Juice just doing what we do, you know, and so to me, you know, it even just shows they really want this thing to go the hell away. And why? Is it because they don't want to show how vulnerable that a lot of our communities, I mean, this happened here, but somebody could be plotting. They need to be putting out a national warning to, you know, high profile families. I mean, the citizens are just worried about themselves, but, you know, so to me, they need to make this a little bit bigger. You know, we're not going to put up with this kind of attitude. Like, you know, what do you guys think?
Yeah, and how do they not know, like, someone else's mom isn't going to get taken? You know what I mean? Like, yes, Savannah Guthrie, she's in the public eye. And how do they know if someone else's mom who's in the public, you know what I mean? Like, how do we know this isn't going to keep happening where people just disappear, can't find them, don't know who's behind it?
It's like say it was just somebody local here that targets somebody else in that neighborhood or a couple neighborhoods down. They haven't let us know that, hey, now Catalina Foothills is safer or they're, you know what I mean, they're ready for the next one. I mean, so to me it's like the public isn't speaking up enough to the government saying,
Mhm.
look, you know, and that's where we can't really depend on them. We gotta, even though they need to acknowledge that, you know, but I think people aren't speaking up enough about it in that sense where, you know, you see this calculated silence, right?
I think also with I think the next wave of support you're going to see is also going to come from another type of YouTuber, and that would be the First Amendment auditor guys. I could see Otto and all those guys moving on in to do, you know, stand there and just have nanos arrest them, and like they're not doing nothing wrong. So even if they don't know about Nancy, they'll come on in and, you know, the good ones.
Well, unfortunately they've been out here doing that. There's been a couple, and what happens is
as long as it's not the you know, there's good ones and there's not less good ones, I guess. So.
Yeah, well, and that's why some of them did say, you know, hey, I'm gonna see if my guys can come out, and you know, I don't know if that helps or if it hurts because
I think it helps.
You know,
because
for me personally, I'm not like a First Amendment auditor, right? No. So I'm just like, I cover lots of things. So to me, that's where it's a little different, you know, even though we're in the same kind of thing, we're practicing our First Amendment rights. But yeah, they kind of go out knowing, hey, I mean, and there is some of that, you know, I was watching that Long Island.
Our Long Island audit and Amagansett guy.
Yeah. Do you watch any of those, Michelle? Those
like
audits?
Any of that, right?
I watch
them.
Don't even get me into it. Yeah.
I mean, even if we don't like what they're doing, right? Like a fellow citizen of yours is going to stand where he's allowed to stand, do something he's allowed to do, and the law is coming down on him. You should, even if you don't like what someone, you know, like, that's not right. You should support them. Yeah. And obviously, I'm not talking about the guys that would want to instigate and be all that kind of annoying, but just Alex sitting there doing nothing, not breaking the law, got kidnapped off the street. If that was Russia,
Yeah.
we'd never see him again. He would have disappeared.
That was terrible to watch. Honestly, when it happened to all of you guys, it was sick. My point of view for that is he was afraid that you guys were going to uncover something that he wanted to be able to uncover himself from sitting in front of the house, from being able to report live like that. He knew you guys were going to be able to pick up on something at some point in time, and that made him nervous.
Who's
I
that?
personally think Nanos.
Okay. Well, and here's the thing. I think they want this to go away mainly because it's bad for business.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Not necessarily because they like are covering up like some like big, other than they don't want to tell the public because they don't want to freak out the neighbors for whatever they're already freaked out. But
Yeah.
if you're a neighbor and you think that, hey, these people were there just to get Nancy, and then they think they're safe. They're like, oh, well, they weren't here to get me. I'll go back to my life. They were
What
just
do you
here for
think?
Nancy.
Do you think that they were there for Nancy? Do you think that this was something planned, or do you think, like, has your thoughts changed?
Yeah, I mean, it's all depending on, I mean, these ransom notes kind of changed where I'm back to like 50-50, it being a burglary gone wrong, even though they didn't tell us that. But I'm leaning more towards the ransom notes and that they took her for the ransom. But it's so confusing, right?
But why do you think they wouldn't have returned her, knowing that even with her passed on, with nature, why? Because Savannah still offered to pay it to return her back. Like, if that's kind of where my head is. I'm like, then why? Like, do they feel like maybe there was too much DNA left on her? That's why they didn't want to return her. I don't know. That's just my thought process. It's like, why wouldn't you have still paid the ransom and had them return her at that point if we felt like these were real?
Yeah, I think somebody said they think, and I kind of agree, is they intended to keep her alive, right? And then she died, and then so now they have a different situation. But to me, the person writing the ransom note is actually not the person who did the kidnapping. So she's probably having to cover for these people who kidnapped. They were supposed to keep her alive. They failed, and now she's having to write, or he. Let me say he or she,
Yeah.
because they did say, "Oh, this sounds like more feminine writing," but I don't buy that.
It's probably Chat GBT.
Right?
Honestly.
Yeah. So to me, they could be, if the ransom notes are real, and everybody wants us to believe that. The FBI wants us to believe that now, right? Because they put out their message. Harvey, Savannah, everybody's saying they're real, they're real. So what I do have is they talk about the first two. Do you two guys and gals believe they are real? The first two. What do you think?
I think it's either the first two. Definitely someone who knew something about the case, whether it was staged or someone who was a part saying that it was a kidnapping. I think that person definitely knew more, either the person who did it or was a part of the setup. I'm just not sure where I'm leaning into, whether it was a ransom or whether it was a setup and this letter was sent because they were trying to like cover it up into a ransom, if that makes sense. But I do think it was someone who did know what was going on.
Well, for me, I'll say with the two of them, do they both have info that was like the watch and that? Which one had the watch? It was.
I think the initial one, didn't it?
Did they both have details that proved they knew more than they had?
I think the first one did, right?
That's where I'm not too clear on, all the details. I just know because I never really thought they were real. And then now it's like, okay, we have to accept that they're real
Yeah, because
because
I think with the info, how else would they have known it, right? You talked about.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's either that they were real and it was for real ransom, or was someone sending it as a setup to make it look like this was for a ransom, and that it was more of just like a hit or something on that family. I don't know.
yeah, I mean, to do that, you would have to have some pretty either be out of the country so you know that you're far away from the U.S. government, but you have to have some pretty big huevos to be sending this in and claiming you're the
After
person.
you've already gotten away and gone with it. Yeah, you wouldn't want to insert yourself back in like.
Yeah. So to me, this is more of like an international group that either like we have all these illegals in America already. They hired an inside group, like a sleeper cell, like so to speak, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the person who's communicating though, they know the government, U.S. government's gonna not knock on their door because they're using a VPN. They're in some other country, third world country maybe, and so that's kind of where I kind of titled tonight. As much as we're thinking, oh, this is just a little, this is actually a bigger thing that I think they should be looking into, and also looking at, well, like, who do we have in control of like the case? Why is he still on the case? If this
Mm-hmm.
is a massive thing and the FBI is involved and he's literally caught lying, and why isn't, I hate to say it, Trump coming in with a little more umph and going, look, dude, just retire. Come on, because I think if whoa,
That's my message. That's my text message. Somebody was texting me.
Oh,
Oh,
I
nice.
was like, what was that?
I've been using that since 2010 when I got my first iPhone. I found it. It was from the Crudes. Dun dun dun. I've been using that
That's
since 2010 with
hilarious.
all my iPhones, and I usually have my Bluetooth headset on, so I took it off. And that's my. Here it is. I'll play it for here. It's right here. But I bought it, and I've had
That
it with
is
all my
awesome.
iPhones ever since.
That's amazing.
Because I hated
Oops,
having an
someone just
iPhone.
gave you- Oh, never mind.
But
was reading
I hated having the same text, that regular sound that everyone has. Like if you're standing beside people, you don't know who's getting the text. That's all the iPhone one, like the default text message tone. So I switched it in 2010. I've been using that since.
That's amazing.
I love it.
It stands out, definitely. You'll know it's yours.
That's why it always caught my attention.
So and you don't have to tell me, but where I know Shibby's in Canada, and
I'm in Connecticut.
Okay, because I was thinking you got that like New England accent.
Everyone says that. See, I don't hear it, but everyone
Yeah.
says that.
No, it's definitely it's East Coast, but
I
there's so
want to
many
come out
different.
there. If something happens, I really want to come this time around because I finally have like a group of people who understand. I've always loved following crimes and everything. And for the Nancy case, I've been following you and JLR and everyone. So I feel like, and no one else wants to chat about it. So I'm like, I have this community now where I can let everyone know how I feel and keep her name alive. And I feel like that's super important, especially with, mainstream media not doing the job.
Well, yeah, and that's the definite the community that's been built around Nancy, but it's also like where other cases are going on, right? But also may happen in the future. But there's a lot of cases that don't get the coverage. So
Mhm.
there's the other one. If you go to my page, Holly Dasso.
Okay.
And so she's the other one. It's the same sheriff, same detectives. She was pretty much kidnapped from a city bus,
Wow.
and then she was found the next day on near railroad tracks. But people from the community now, I've been posting like, hey, here's this case, please help me. Because before Nancy, I was driving out that I was trying to get people because I couldn't believe how silent it is.
Yeah, to bring awareness into, like, thank God for people like you guys that are there and able to be boots on the ground or heels, whatever you
Yeah.
prefer,
Yep.
or
Heels.
sandals, like you said last
Yeah,
night.
that's I like how you're doing that. That's cool. Yeah,
I'll
because
wear
that's the thing.
heels. I'll wear heels only for Michelle, not you, David.
Yes, put the heels on.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, here's the thing is I think, you know, a lot of these people who were covering the case, like Brian Inton, I saw him every day. Now I'm not Brett. We just a cool guy. We didn't talk much, but
Yeah, seems like
anytime I would
respect.
have information, I would go over to him. And then, you know, the people on the ground though, they see the house. And from the pictures, you don't get that true feeling, right? Of like, so like I've had people that said, "Hey, I want to come, see the house." So I think if you do, if there's nothing happening, definitely come out, Shibby, get your passport and come out and Michelle and so you guys could actually like see the neighborhood, drive the streets because yeah, it does help to get a feel of the neighborhood.
that's what I want to do. I want to be able to like be there and kind of sense exact, because everyone says like you look at the photos and it looks like Nancy's driveway is really, really long, but in person they said it's actually pretty short. Where I guess you're thinking like that perp had to, walk down this whole driveway, but in reality they were saying it's really not that long. But I'm also curious to see how far apart are the houses in real life, because was there noise that evening, even though if cameras weren't going off? Didn't you hear anything? Like, did you hear doors? Did you hear dogs barking? Did you hear screams? There had to be some sort of a fight there. Do you know what I mean? Even, yeah, she's 83, 84, but you had to have startled her in that moment.
Yep, yep, and
So
that's
it's
the
a lot of
thing.
questions. Yeah, it's like to be able to map it out,
Well,
and
here's
see it in person.
yeah, and that's where like I've lived here my whole life. I did move away for a while because I lived in Phoenix for a while, so I got a different feel of how other cities, are. And Tucson is very unique, right? It it's its own. It's got some weirdness to it, but what I know is, just from my history, when my grandma, she had a very similar house to Nancy's, very
Mhm.
similar. It was spread out, same kind of house, the same kind of bricks, and my grandma got robbed in 1982. Right, this was a long time ago, but they broke into the house. I think they tied her up and they took all her jewelry. Right, so like this to me is automatically what I thought when I saw
Mhm.
Nancy's, because if you go to that neighborhood and you look at all the driveways, most of them you can't really see the front door,
Okay.
right? And Nancy's is very close to the street. So to me, it could be
She
that
was the
where
easiest one to get to.
that house was easy.
And
Um,
being parked up by where Alex was or anywhere on that street there, you got a great vantage looking down to surveil.
Mm-hmm.
there's there's so many things that where I still think it could be a burglary gone wrong. Now they might want never they don't want to tell people what the suspects took
I was
because
gonna ask, do you think they took more from Nancy's house besides just her? Do you think it was they took jewelry, money, anything that was stashed in that house? I'm curious, like what else left with Nancy that night?
yeah, I mean that's where up until recently I was really thinking that the burglary gone wrong is you know the most likely, but now we're thinking it could be ransom. So I'm like 50-50. But yeah, if she did have a big safe, like her husband was a miner,
Mm-hmm.
like he owned mines. Those people have safes. So he probably bought one of those big old 1976 safes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because that's when, people were buying gold and it was like a thing, and you got a safe, and the bigger the better. So to me, yeah, they could have had a safe, but they don't want to tell people what the authorities don't want to tell the suspects or the public what they know. So they might be throwing this whole ransom thing off. It might be a complete ruse, everybody. The
That's
whole
what I'm
thing.
thinking.
The whole thing. And then the real thing is it's just some local group that did a home invasion. They took Nancy for whatever reason. So that's where these theories are everywhere. And for whatever reason, the FBI doesn't care that the public is like everywhere with this. You know what I mean? So I don't know. What do you guys think?
And that's where I'm like, why aren't they printing more photos of the masked man out front and posting that everywhere? Just because if it is someone local and it is a group, like, wouldn't you think that somewhere, somehow, they're going to be able to connect the dots of who that person is? They have way too much knowledge in that area. I feel like, especially with the FBI, with all the stuff that they have nowadays, they should be able to track down that person personally, but they should have also printed flyers out of his face and passed them out. That's just personally how I feel.
Yep. What do you think, Shibby? Are you thinking it could be a burglary? We might have lost. No.
No, I'm here. No, I don't think it could be a burglary. I think it's just covering up something that happened, or I'm still thinking at this point, maybe she saw something she didn't supposed to. I don't know. I can't imagine. Or Savannah had a really crazy stalker and took it out on the easiest thing he can get to her about, or tried to. I don't know.
And then also she has people who lived in her casita for a while. So what if there was an issue with someone back there, or that person had a guest come 1 or 2 times and they knew, like, oh, Nancy Guthrie lives in that home. She comes for money. So I feel like there's so many different ways that it could connect in, whether it was, a setup, or it was someone who knew her, someone who worked there. Do you think that it has anything to do with the family?
No, I don't think so. I mean, it's so confusing because, obviously, depending on what theory you think, let me put this here, what theory you think it could be, as far as if it was, the family involved, that would be pretty sick, right? And I don't see them being that sick and twisted. They don't seem like they don't need, I mean, as much as money, they have a nice house. They don't seem like they're living outside their means. Annie and Tommaso, they seem like almost hippies that probably don't spend a lot of money, right? They just very frugal people, right? Even though
But
they
where
live
do
in
you think they've been? I guess, like with Annie and Tommaso, like, why are they not putting search parties together or printing out flyers? And everyone says they've been MIA lately. So it's like, wouldn't you think they would, again, they probably want to stay the public eye. I understand that, but like, put together a group or donate money. Like, that's the question that I'm trying to understand.
Yeah. It's confusing, but just speculating, I should say, at their who they are. They might be more private, and Annie might be just a complete wreck, right?
Mhm.
And I've been in relationships before, and maybe Annie said, "Get me out of here," and
Yeah.
now, right? And now, next thing you know, Tommaso's on the phone, and they're staying in somebody's house, and they're, because they feel like, someone's going to record them and they're going to be all over the news. So they probably don't want that. They seem like they don't want to be famous. They only want people who, I guess, like, follow them in a sense, because they are leaders. This isn't just like a couple, John and Frank down, or, John and Judy down the street. they were pretty well known in their like circle of who they were in Tucson, I think.
Mm-hmm.
There's lots of organizations that they might have been a part of, and with Annie's name, people probably would want to be friends with them but they were probably, it was like a certain group, right? They weren't like, so to me it is weird, but I also think they're kind of they're in the umbrella of the Savannah Guthrie brand, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now the the Savannah Guthrie brand comes with insurance. It comes with free security if something's going on. And so the NBC has people on the payroll that are ex-FBI agents.
Mm-hmm.
So they're monitoring everybody's emails. If anything weird comes in, they're on it. They actually work at NBC. I know for a fact. I've heard it. Somebody who used to work there said it in one of these interviews. So they also have insurance money to pay the ransoms. Because
And why do you think
Savannah,
they haven't, though? Do you think they were advised not to? Is that why? Because in the beginning, I feel like if they paid the ransom from the beginning, maybe they would have gotten something back. I don't know.
I think it's just because they didn't get enough assurance, like the proof of life. And so I think
Yeah.
in some ways they were like, if she's not around, what's the use of paying? Because
Yeah.
we might not get her anyway. And I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah. There's so many questions that just come up every time I feel like I'm on to a new theory or a new idea. I'm like, but wait, but why didn't they do this? Or why isn't that that's why I'm saying there's so many different ways this can go, but someone's theory has to be right.
Oh, I've thought that a lot. I've
Yeah.
thought that a lot.
Now,
And
with this Bitcoin stuff, is it really that untraceable? Like, I don't know anything about it.
I learned a little bit about it. So unless the wallet gets touched, or like, so say someone puts money into the wallet, you can't trace it until there's money until you go to take it out. So the owner of that wallet needs to have some sort of activity there in order for it to be traced. So if that wallet was created and there was money put in, like the $150 that the FBI put in there, and they just are letting it sit, they're not taking it, there's no way to trace it back from what I understand. So as long as there's no movement or activity going on, there's no way to trace it. But as soon as they go to grab that money, they can trace it, because then there will be activity back in the wallet. But $150, like, no one's going to take the chance to take the money out for $150, especially when crypto is down right now. Like, put a little bit more in, and even for the person to only ask for one Bitcoin, that's like $60,000. So to me, that just doesn't seem like it's real. That alone, like, why would you just want $60,000 when the money that you would get from providing the FBI answers, it's a little bit over $1 million. I think it's like 1.2.
Yeah, 1.2.
So it wouldn't make sense. I mean, maybe they weren't privy with how Bitcoin works before they put the $150 into that wallet, but it's not going to be traceable until someone does some sort of activity in there.
Here, can I read V's got a good comment in my chat. She says, the people are not supposed to pay ransoms. If they show they are willing to pay, maybe their kids will be snatched next. You don't negotiate with terrorists. That's the advice anyway. And that's from my lovely moderator, V.
Shout out V.
Shout out V. She'll be so happy I'm shouting her out.
Oh, that's nice.
Well, here's this is kind of interesting comment. And that's the thing, is like, if you remember when this first popped off, they were like that, they were asking Trump about it, the FBI. And then even recently, we had Kash Patel on Hannity, right? You remember the Hannity?
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys watch that?
I didn't.
I didn't watch
don't
it, but I
think so.
did hear about it.
Yeah, well, maybe we'll pull that up because it's a pretty
Yeah.
good interview where it's like we actually thought that he was going to go after Nanos. And because here's the thing is, I think if they did bring in new leadership over there, it would shake up they would go, hey, let's release. I think the public could solve this, but they're just not giving us
They're not
enough.
allowing it. Yeah. And I think that's what they're afraid of, though. I think they're afraid of the public to solve this, to release whatever they don't want us to know. I think that in the end, I mean, there has to be some sort of a conclusion to this, an ending, and whether that be the truth or not, like they're going to give us something, and whether that something is real, I don't know if we'll ever know, but I do think it's going to either make sense or not make sense. We're going to be able to tell if, that's my personal opinion.
I hope, because yeah, I mean, we only got enough brain energy to come up with these different theories, and it's like as soon as like you said, as soon as you come up with one, then all of a sudden we're at like, oh, well, here the ransom
Yeah.
notes are real, they're fake, they're real.
Yeah, it's just like, what direction are we going? You know what I mean? It's just like, but they wouldn't do it because of that. But also, I feel like in general, I personally feel like the Pima County Sheriff Department is corrupt. So I feel like there also could be layers to that and other different circumstances in this case. I think there's definitely corruption lying here.
Well, and that is the difficult thing is a lot of the deputies, oh man, I keep doing that. A lot of the deputies who work the cases are just normal people, right? They have a wife, maybe and a couple kids or a kid or two. They go to work, right? Here, they took their oath. They just, they're just normal people. They're not the ones that I don't think are corrupt, even though.
Yeah, because there's a lot of them aren't wanting Nanos to be in that position. They're having to do it because he's a lead, so they have to follow along. But yeah, from what I'm hearing, they don't want him in that position.
Exactly. So you guys saw exactly what happened. Do you think those guys really wanted to go over and shake up?
No, because the day before they were literally asking Alex, like the woman was like, do you want water? Can I, do you need anything? And then when they would come down, they would say like, oh, this was a direct, how did they say it? It was a direct report or whatever from whatever, but they didn't give you any more information to that. They were just saying, this is from obviously Sheriff Nanos.
Exact. Oh, this is a good conversation. So here's the point is, yeah, they literally were cool with everybody, and then those guys, when they walked up, they got an order. They got to go do that. Right. Now, do you think another sheriff would have done that same thing? No, it was just that's Nanos right there.
Well,
that's Nanos.
Yeah, because he's just trying to protect his own character. I feel like he knows that you guys are poking the bear right now, being there, being in front of Nancy's. And the more you poke, the worse his personal reputation, I think, is on the line, because a lot of people are starting to know he is corrupt. And he wants you guys gone because of that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. A lot of people, yeah, here in Tucson, I'm pretty critical because I just know a lot about what they're trying to hide. But with Nanos, so here's the thing: is the morale of the department is like completely down. All these people are working for someone. Have you ever worked for a boss you don't like?
Ugh,
but then there's like the real bad ones that's what he is. But they don't. In Tucson, there's not a lot of job opportunities. So these people, they can't just leave. They got to literally go, hey, if you got to go in and follow a tyrannical leader, right? It's like almost living in like a communist country, and you're now enlisted by the army to go, obviously do this. And there's no sort of common sense, right? Because here's the thing is they didn't need to go after us. And it was actually the opposite. The neighbors were instigating with us.
They
'Cause
were. They were being very rude, driving by, saying terrible things.
Yeah.
And
They didn't
especially
need
with
it.
the way Sue Ellen was driving through the neighborhood, there was just, they were trying to egg you guys on to be like rude back to them, or, and you guys weren't at all.
No. No, and that's where, if you look at the neighborhood, they could have went the other way. They chose to drive by. They wanted to have interactions because they were, everybody shows different, and even, um, everybody goes to different shows for whatever reason. Some people get offended, how certain people are covering the case, and so that's what I think happened. A couple of neighbors, got their feelings hurt, and then one thing led to another. Here we are. But the main thing is I think the national security threat is they're not taking this seriously enough, where they're letting the sheriff get away with all this crap.
Mm-hmm.
They know what he's up to. He literally just turned the other way when about 500,000 illegal, let me say, undocumented people came up, and he just looked the other way. Oh, that's not my problem. He literally got paid to protect them, So I mean, whatever the case may be, it's weird that Tucson always gets ignored.
Do you think he'll remain in that position though, with all these red flags starting to come up? I feel like the more that he's chatted about and the more people that are becoming aware of it, there's no way he could stay in that position. There's no way.
That's where it's confusing to me, because he is an elected official, so they do have different, things. So if they would have, I don't know why they're allowing him to stay. It's weird, because the writing is all over there. Like you said, there's so many, and I mean, even before Nancy's, this goes back years, 15, and then you got his New Mexico or El Paso stuff. So to me, and then you even have the FBI that's kind of Kash Patel that's calling him out.
Yeah.
Like, for nothing to happen, and then they just, let him continue, right? And then, even this week, they were like going back and forth, like in the newspaper about, the ransom notes and who was in charge. Remember, the FBI said, I don't know how it went, but do you guys remember that? Shibby, do you remember that?
No, I missed that one. That's the one you were talking about playing?
Well, I'm going to pull up that one, but no, this week, the FBI put out that statement, and then Nanos put out a statement, and then the FBI.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Kash. Okay.
Yeah, I'll try to find it. But this is this weird kind of thing from whatever her name is. What's her name? What is her name? Caroline
Levitt or
Caroline Levitt.
I apologize for the delay. I was once again with the president. He and I were both reviewing the newly released surveillance footage from FBI in the Savannah Guthrie case on just this heartbreaking situation with respect to her mother. His initial reaction, of course, as all Americans, is just pure disgust. And again, it's heartbreaking to see now this footage really bring to life a story we've all been reading about. The president encourages any American across the country with any knowledge of this suspect to please call the FBI, who continue to assist state and local authorities who are leading this investigation on the ground.
All right, did you guys pick up anything off of that? Excuse me.
Well, they're basically asking for help still. To like call in with your tips, call in with your help. But how is that accurate where you're telling people not to even really search for Nancy, or there's no photos of Nancy? That's what kind of stood out to me.
Yeah, that was a pretty big deal having them do that, though. getting the word out. I mean,
Well,
well,
this was a long time ago. I don't know when this was
Right.
made, but what's weird is it's just off the radar. Why aren't anybody in the press corps asking Caroline Levitt, hey, is this a national security?
Yeah.
I hope this show today, because there's a lot of people. Brian Hinton, he said he watches the show. Maybe somebody asked that question, because to me, if they don't tell us who they think did this, then I'm speculating this, like the Army guy. This could be a sleeper cell
Mm-hmm.
that,
Because who would have the power to shut down that area of cameras and all of that on the street that night when there was that blockage? Who would have the power to do that? It's not going to be a homeless person down the street. You know what I mean?
well, we don't even have confirmation that actually happened, even though, I've heard that too. Like, I don't have confirmation that they like turned stuff off. And
Mm-hmm.
now I do know that we lack cameras in, where they should be, that there should be cameras, like, to me, on public roads.
Totally.
Because that's the only thing that the public has to be safe. Like, even though maybe me, you, and Shibby have a little extra funds to go buy a camera, right? And we have the physical ability to go set the camera up. Ethel, who's 82, who lives by herself, she doesn't talk to her family anymore. She doesn't have a way to set up a camera, and she doesn't even know about Nancy Guthrie missing.
Yeah.
And now she's vulnerable to me. And so to me, they're not, like, I had this idea, if I was President Trump, I would say, look, anybody who's over 75 gets a free camera.
That would be wonderful, honestly.
Through
And
the
free
government.
installation on it. Like, they need it. If you're living alone,
Yeah. And then
now would they get access to it? In other words,
huh?
The government would have access to it.
No. Basically, like,
for security purposes, like, you can watch your home and ensure that if there is a robber, it's going to be recorded.
Well, that's the thing, is like, it would be basically like, people don't think about it if it costs them money, right? But say they, what is it, like, people go on Medicare at what, like 63 or something, right? Is that the age, Shibby?
I'm not sure, but ours is different.
Oh, okay. I think it's like 63, 65, or let's just say 70. You can go online, you fill out this form, and you get a free camera from Wise or one of them, whichever one gets the contract. And they send that out, and you get a free membership. And now all of our elderly senior citizens are protected more.
And they need that. My grandma lives alone, and half the time I'm like, you never know what goes on in that area. It could be nice. It could be, you never know. It could happen anywhere. People are always watching.
Yep. So that's where, I don't think the government would do that, because they're kind of cheap.
I was just going to say that.
But it could be a great, like, nonprofit idea, where you just raise money to buy cameras for elderly people. Let me say senior citizens.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like, people can just go on and you just raise money for cameras. So
it's just a situation where it's like, will we ever know? Do you think TMZ is going to actually pay the ransom for the letters they're getting, even though we obviously think they're not real, just so that they'd have some sort? I know they said they wanted to do a documentary on it.
Yeah, I think the documentary was, I don't know about to actually do that. There's too many, because he knows Savannah. Like, all these people know each other, and they don't, unless unless Savannah gives the okay, you know, but this is what I wanted to bring up is we're talking about the second. He keeps saying the second are
Mhm.
real, but we don't talk about the third. So I found the video of when he says we received the third ransom note. So what changed from like, okay, these first two are real, and now this is a long time ago. So everybody, I don't want anyone to be confused.
Mhm.
Like this was not from last week. This was like shoot in February. But I'm gonna just play this real quick.
TMZ has obtained a third email from the man who claims he knows the identity and the location of Nancy Guthrie's kidnapper, and he has now upped his demand. We know it is the same person who wrote the other two notes because the Bitcoin address is identical.
Okay, so let's just stop it right there. So they're wanting us to believe that these first two are real, but he just went online and said the third one is he knows is connected to the first two.
Yeah,
Because
because the address is the same.
So what's up with this?
Yeah.
Shibby,
Yes.
what do you think?
I think I don't trust Harvey.
You know, I'm just surprised someone hasn't like come out and been like Harvey's the porch guy, Harvey's the porch guy. No, I'm just kidding.
I know.
Everybody's been blamed. At one point, somebody said I was the porch guy because
Oh
I had
my God.
because I had a like this cart in the back of my van or my car, and they're like they saw the tracks on the
Yeah, they thought you hauled Nancy out of there.
yeah. I'm like, oh God, this is getting good. This is getting good. All right, here we go.
So he says that he is going through TMZ because he does not trust law enforcement. He's essentially saying, you don't trust me and I don't trust you. What he is suggesting is by the FBI upping the reward to $100,000, it was designed to discredit him. He says, quote, to discredit me. So what he is saying is he now wants the following. He wants one fraction of a Bitcoin worth $50,000. And for that, he says he will give up the name and location of the kidnapper. He says he will not cash that until the kidnapper is actually arrested. And then he expects the second Bitcoin fraction, another 50,000. So he wants the $100,000 reward, he says, but he wants it in this form and not simply coming forward to authorities. He has a variety of reasons on why he doesn't want to come forward to authorities, one of which is interesting. He says it's because that it could compromise his possible freedom. Now, we don't know what that.
So yeah, I'm still confused because they just led us to believe the first 2 months or the first two are real, right? And then now he's talking about on this video the third one that he says he knows it's connected to the first two because of the Bitcoin. So where does this third one now? They don't think he would know it. He just said it's connected. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because he's saying it's coming from the same sender, which is interesting because I didn't think that the two ransom letters even went to TMZ. I thought they were sent into, I forgot where they said it was sent to, but I didn't think the first two were to TMZ.
I think we're breaking some news here. What do you think, Shibby?
I agree. Do we get to see these letters? Do we get to see like the writing, the actual wording? You tell a lot.
No, I mean that's I put an X. Are you guys on X? I don't
I'm
know.
not.
I avoid that like the plague.
I know. I don't have much social media.
I have YouTube and Facebook, and they don't mix because if my mom knew what I was doing on YouTube, I'd probably get grounded.
Well, X is pretty harmless, you know, like especially if you have your channels because you know
it's good. I mean, it's good, but there's a lot of other stuff there too.
Yeah, I don't mess around with, I just go on there and post and,
Mhm.
you know, but yeah, anyway, that might be something. So yeah, I think we're on to something here though, and we need to find answers because right here, Harvey says that he knows this third one is connected to the first two, and this, no one's talking about this. I mean, I think we just discovered a nugget here.
And yeah, it's like, where was the location though of those first two ransom letters? That's interesting.
So this was made on February 13th, this video.
That means, does that mean that he is peripherally associated with this kidnapper? He does not explain what that means, but he says it in this email. Now, there's something really important here that he says that when he gets the initial payment, and this is a quote, he will give up, quote, the name of the main individual, the main individual. So clearly he is suggesting, and he did insinuate this before, but he is saying it squarely here. The main individual, that means if this is legit, he has accomplices. So he does refer to the current state of Nancy Guthrie. We are not going to get into what that is. We have forwarded this on to the FBI. They asked for it, and we gave it to them. We received this email just before noon Pacific time, Friday, today. So again, the third email, he says this time, this is it, that it's his final time to approach anybody.
Well, what's interesting is February 13th, that was the same day that the raid happened. The Luke Daly raid. Not that I don't know if that has anything to do with anything, but it was, he was raided that evening, you know, whatever time, what was it, like 8 or 9, 10? No, it was like 10 p.m. And we were out there in the rain.
I remember that.
Yeah, did you tune in at that point?
I was watching, and I went out with a few friends that night, and I ended up leaving the bar to go home and watch because I was like, I have to go see what's happening right now.
Wow.
No,
Wow,
I
you
literally
left
did. I was out, and I was like, nope, I gotta go home. I gotta go watch what's going on. I thought that was the night that they were gonna be able to find Nancy, bring her home. Because also I think the night of the raid is when they also noted that there was an 83-year-old woman in the helicopter. So we thought that with the raid, Nancy was found and she was being brought back in. And then it
Well,
turned
that
out
was
that
on the
wasn't
10th.
her.
That was on the 10th.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, what is the odds of that though? With the whole Nancy, like not Nancy, I mean the woman being airlifted around the same age.
Was that helicopter in Tucson also?
I believe so, wasn't it? Because they
Yeah,
were
normally
reporting it.
they fly from Tucson and stuff. So you know, most likely, yeah, it left from Tucson, and it, because like a lot of those towns, they don't have hospitals. So
Right.
you know, that's why I still have a standing offer of I'm gonna keep raising it. I'm up to $200 if we can have confirmation of like something that who was on that plane or on that helicopter.
That's what I'm
Anyone?
saying. Do we think there's a chance that that could have been Nancy? And I again, another just question that probably isn't right, but it makes you
No,
think.
for a whole week I thought that. I go, you know what? They got her in my and to me they couldn't do that. To me that would be illegal for them to just like hide her, right? Like
Mhm.
they wouldn't want that either because that would be such a good story if it was her, right? I mean,
That's what I'm saying, to bring her back, especially thinking that she needed medical attention. She was, on the helicopter. I don't know. It just brought everyone thinking like, okay, they found Nancy, they got the perp. This is the end of the story. But it just was
there was
nothing.
an 84-year-old woman on that helicopter. We just do not know who it was. and unless the family comes out, and that's why Rio Rico is not that big. It's only like 20 or 30,000 people.
Mm.
So like if a real investigator, I should probably be doing it, like pounding on like knocking on some doors down there to see, because all we need to do is just talk to a family member. Oh yeah, that was my nana.
Yeah.
She had a heart attack. She, whatever. We took, so we don't need to know her name. We just need to see a bill. They can block out the name and the date that says February 13. Here's our helicopter bill. That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
And
So
you don't
right
think
now,
like potentially it would be her in like witness protection or something like that where they can't really but I feel like they would still voice that if that was the case.
well, here the thing is I thought it could be, because this isn't like it's just like, some normal like middle class couple.
Mhm.
Or family, I should say. This is, I mean, we got Mark Kelly that got the first call.
Yep. And that's what Army Vet said really popped it off, because he thinks that call is what caused Nancy's death, because they opened it up into basically bringing everyone involved. And not allowing the 2 to 3 days for the ransom note. But I honestly don't think that would have changed the outcome, unfortunately, of Nancy's health and how quickly it probably deteriorated.
And they could be wanting this to go away because it could be politically motivated, right? And this is the shot across the bow, right? Like, hey, because here's the thing, and I'm not getting political, but Savannah Guthrie is very into the Democrat Party, like intertwined into all of it, right? She is it basically. And so to me, it could be that too. It could be, hey, well, look, we did this, and now, they weren't after any money. They just wanted Nancy. And
they wanted to throw their swing at her now.
It could be.
That's what I'm saying. There's so many different ways that this can go, because again, she is a public figure, and that's why a lot of people were noting maybe that's why Cameron kind of blames Savannah for what happened.
Yep.
The third time is it. Now, remember, he said that last time too, but he says he's coming forward now because of the increase in the ransom reward. And we will see. The authorities are looking at this, I guess, to determine if it's legitimate. We have checked this Bitcoin address, and so far, no deposit has been made.
I'm going to play this one more time without stopping, because I want, if anyone wants to clip it, where he says the point where
it's coming from the same sender.
Yeah, because to me, that throws a whole loop. They need to come out tomorrow and clear this up. And I got the next one ready where he talks about the fourth message. So to me, they're just treating this as a typical, oh, this is just a crime that happened. To me, this is national security threat.
100%.
Hey, and how long is that clip? How long is it? Because I got to run to the restroom there. Make a coffee quick.
3 minutes and 17 seconds.
I might be a little longer. If you don't hear me,
yeah, no, take as long. Okay? You're not on the clock, buddy. This is your time.
I kind of am. Michelle needs me here to hold her hand. She can't do this without me.
I'm only kidding. You're doing great, Shibby. Take as much time, buddy.
I'll be right back. Thanks, guys. I'm listening. I'll be right back.
Wash your hands, someone said.
Yeah, so let me put your channel, and before we play this again,
good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. Welcome to another members only.
What did I do?
Prime Time with David. I want to thank you all for being here. Thank you for.
Okay, yeah. So tell me a little bit before I play this about Michelle. How did you get into your channel? Whatever you want to share.
Yeah, so actually this is what happened. So I've always loved true crime. I started with the Martha Moxley case because it was in Connecticut and I was so young. I think I was in middle school when I started following that. I mean, it happened way before that. But since then I've just been addicted to true crime. I watch it constantly. So it's just been a lot of true crime. And I finally, with this whole Nancy case, I've been following it from start to finish. And I was like, you know what? Let me just go on JLR's channel and call in. And so I called in and he had to answer the door. So while he answered the door, I was emceeing for him. I was just like chatting with the chat and everyone was just like, you need to make your own page. Like, this is awesome. Like, you're doing so good. So I ended up making my own page and I got 1,000 subscribers in like 4 days. And going on, I feel like I've made so many friends. Like, someone made me my banner, like sent it in.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so it's just been really nice connecting with people who I feel share the same interests, because my coworkers, no one around me wants to chat true crime or hear about Nancy anymore. So it is nice just connecting with everyone. And I've been chatting with Ted and Shibby, and everyone's been so welcoming. So it is nice just having some
happy
friends.
Monday, everybody.
Oh, that is my
hey guys,
partner.
Say happy
Chris.
Monday, everybody.
That's your true crime partner.
Have a great start
It
to
is.
your
I
day.
have a 115-pound black
Hey guys,
German
I just want to
Shepherd.
hop on here quickly to say
So
thank
this
you
is the
so much
1,000.
for getting me to 1,000 subscribers in less than a week. That is absolutely insane. I love chatting with you all. I love getting to know each and every one of you, from the emails, from our live chats, to the conversations we're having on and offline. Let's keep them going. Let's keep Nancy's name out there, and let's push for some answers. Hey guys.
So
Awesome.
I'm chatting with everyone via email. I reached out to you literally as soon as I started my channel, but you probably get so many emails because I've followed you from the beginning. But yeah, so I've always loved watching you, and I was super excited to hop on tonight.
Yeah, no, I love meeting new people, and I mean, that's why I'm to the point where I'm about to hire somebody just to, help me keep up with the emails and stuff, because I feel so bad, because some of them I don't know. Yeah, I'm looking at them right now and I'm like,
there's a lot of, I emailed you for my personal one too, not like anything to do with my channel, because I have a channel one and then I have my personal one, which obviously I don't share my last name.
What does it start with?
What is that?
What does like the email start with?
Michelle.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's my first and last name. But yeah, so I'm in aviation and design in my full-time job. So this is literally like, it's a breath of fresh air to come and do this after work. And dealing with that, I manage like jets and seaplanes normally, which is crazy to go from that to this. But no one wants to chat true crime.
Yeah, well, that is one thing, is they, when she first went missing, people thought that Nancy was on a plane. They were like checking like what planes left Tucson that night. There was that's one that left to Puerto Vallarta.
And that's why I was like, I don't know, necessarily if she was on that helicopter. Like, you wouldn't know unless you got the manifest, I guess, to that night. And I wonder if there was a way of like tracking it by the tail number. I don't know. I thought about all of that. It's like, there's different ways of going about it. But yeah, I've been following this case. I watch all day long because I work from home. So I'm literally just listening and tuning into like all the new news. So it's nice coming on here at night and being able to, join these cool panels. I love hearing different point of views, and especially you live there. So it's like, exactly what is happening and what people are thinking.
Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't for me and the other YouTubers, there wouldn't be too many there wouldn't be any stories being, the local media, they do like a once a month update, but yeah, it's a whole new world. It's not
realistic. I feel like it's nothing of what's current. Like we said, we chatted about like the ransom letters, whether they're real or fake. And then they were covering the Kalela case, and it's nothing about anything new of like no positives. Like, okay, the streamers are trying to keep it alive, and this is what they're actually doing. They're passing out flyers or they're holding up signs. Nothing is realistic to me. So I'm just staying out of mainstream media now.
Good. Yeah, that's definitely smart. Yeah,
It's just they're not giving
I'm back
anything.
if you guys want.
How's the
Welcome.
coffee?
It's really good. Perfect. And my hands are super clean.
Do you have it black or do you add cream?
No,
I'm just
no,
curious.
I only drink instant coffee. And
Oh.
I get the what's it called again? Nescafe, the caramel flavored Nescafe.
Oh, that's a good one. I don't drink
It is-
coffee. I drink chai.
Ooh,
I'm a tea drinker.
cool. I think anything's good as long as it's warm and got caffeine. I'll take it. Did you guys watch? Because my story is exactly like Michelle's, except for instead of real jet planes, I play with toy RC cars for my business. I have a home business with RC
that's
cars,
cool.
and I also did some security for my neighbor who was building huge houses here. So that's when I started reading all these documents with the Delphi case and all the court docs, and here I am still.
It gets addicting because you just want answers, and then when you hear other people's thoughts about it, then you go down another rabbit hole, and then you're like, okay, but why was my thoughts just this yesterday? So
Well,
I'd be doing it all night anyways, so might as well.
Yeah. What did you say?
I said I'll do it all night long anyways, doing this or whatever. Whenever I'm working, I can do this while I'm, doing my job stuff here. I have it at my home. I do my own stuff. So
it'd be cool, like, be able to travel to see, like I said, to see Nancy's area or to see these different. I mean, that would be my next.
Well, for content like JLR and all them, I mean, it's worth it for them if he comes and has 100 whatever, like 10,000 people watching him go for a walk up a mountain and stuff. I mean,
it's crazy.
It's awesome, and I
honestly like it more of like just building a community of people that I can like have as friends too, to just say like, oh, you got like, let's chat about the same things, and you guys are thinking the same way as I am. So it's just nice because there's not a lot of people, I guess, around me who do that.
Yeah, and that's the whole new world of, obviously the internet, and, people are feeling more comfortable to share stuff, right? And because obviously when you're putting yourself out there, it is, you're putting yourself out there to be vulnerable in a sense. People attacks, things like, not attacks, like physical.
Lots of trolls, yeah.
So
I haven't had many of those, but I'm sure it's coming.
Yeah, I think I don't know if they treat, men and women differently. But I think you should be safe. Me and Shibby got your back. So just if anyone
thank you so much.
The main thing is try to not read or watch the videos.
We've had a talk about that already, actually.
Yes, and it was so funny because then Shibby went and did that exact thing. We literally had a conversation.
The day I told her not to do it, like, because I don't acknowledge the people, and because
I called someone out the night before.
Yeah. So that live stream, I did the exact same thing. I was telling her we should be better.
The thing is,
say it, right?
A lot of them, they secretly watch the shows. They're probably watching right now, or they'll watch the replay, and they like it in the sense, as long as we're not acting like who they don't like. I don't know.
Yeah.
So the main thing is everybody has their beautiful souls that they can bring out in their channels. I mean, it's just like sometimes you listen to, rap music that's cussing, right? And it's got some cuss words, and you're like, whoa, and then maybe you watch PBS the next minute, you're watching, NPR, you know what I mean? So it's like, there's just, I just love that everybody, expresses themselves, stays creative, because a lot of people, they need a place to go where they can make new friends, right? Because they, like you said, it's hard to meet friends when you're working a remote job at home. I've been there, so I know that world.
In the beginning, I didn't even want to type, like about 3 or 4 years ago when I started really doing this, like in live chats, I didn't even want to type in to say hi to anyone. Like, I was kind of nervous, but
I know. It, like literally a month ago, I like just start using like the YouTube app. I was just like, I was literally watching it from my TV all day. So like literally just started downloading the app about a month ago. And I'm like, should I write in? Should I call in? I was like, because I felt like I had such good thoughts because I'm watching it so much and like retaining everything. And then using like different people's theories and then combining it into one. It's definitely it's different.
All right, I'm gonna play this video, and I'm not gonna do any stopping in between. But if you guys want to clip it, when he talks about, you know, the first two, I know that people in the chat.
He has obtained a third email from the man who claims he knows the identity and the location of Nancy Guthrie's kidnapper, and he has now upped his demand. We know it is the same person who wrote the other two notes because the Bitcoin address is identical. So he says that he is going through TMZ because he does not trust law enforcement. He's essentially saying, you don't trust me and I don't trust you. What he is suggesting is by the FBI upping the reward to $100,000, it was designed to discredit him. He says, quote, to discredit me. So what he is saying is he now wants the following. He wants one fraction of a Bitcoin worth $50,000. And for that, he says he will give up the name and location of the kidnapper. He says he will not cash that until the kidnapper is actually arrested. And then he expects the second Bitcoin fraction, another 50,000. So he wants the $100,000 reward, he says, but he wants it in this form and not simply coming forward to authorities. He has a variety of reasons on why he doesn't want to come forward to authorities, one of which is interesting. He says it's because that it could compromise his possible freedom. Now, we don't know what that means. Does that mean that he is peripherally associated with this kidnapper? He does not explain what that means, but he says it in this email. Now, there's something really important here that he says that when he gets the initial payment, and this is a quote, he will give up, quote, the name of the main individual, the main individual. So clearly he is suggesting, and he did insinuate this before, but he is saying it squarely here. The main individual, that means if this is legit, he has accomplices. So he does refer to the current state of Nancy Guthrie. We are not going to get into what that is. We have forwarded this on to the FBI. They asked for it and we gave it to them. We received this email just before noon Pacific time, Friday, today. So again, the third email, he says this time, this is it, that it's his final time to approach anybody. The third time is it. Now, remember, he said that last time too, but he says he's coming forward now because of the increase in the ransom reward. And we will see. The authorities are looking at this, I guess, to determine if it's legitimate. We have checked this Bitcoin address, and so far, no deposit has been made.
All right.
There you go.
The search for Nancy Guthrie has gone international.
Okay. So now we're on to the fourth TMZ, right? This was made, that last one was made on the 13th. This one was made on the 18th. So 5 days later, you got another one on the 18th.
Does that change your mind on your thoughts of the ransom letters as a whole? Like, do you feel now that if he's basically saying these are the same, it's coming from the same person, do you feel as if all of these now are coming from the same person?
I don't know what to think.
I know.
I mean, this is what I hope is I made an X post. Not that my little X post means anything, but saying release the ransom notes. And then I made another one that said, I'm not buying that any of them are real. And then he fired back like the next day or a couple, like pretty quick after. And like, it was this big thing that the ransom notes are real. So like, I said they weren't. I said, unless you guys can show us that they're real or something, give us a sign. And then the FBI even said that they're going on that they're real. So the only thing we can do is question them, and then they get pressure, and then they have to respond. So I mean, that's why I'm hoping somebody can clip that.
Yeah, and show that. Yeah.
And then they have to respond.
That like Shibby and I were literally just saying that on the live, that like it's worth going back sometimes to these old videos, because sometimes you don't catch it from the beginning of these little things that have been said.
Exactly. Oh, look at who's in the chat. Melissa loves Elvis.
She wants you to hire her.
Yeah, well, I don't know if I could afford you. No, she's awesome. She's been a follower since the first days. Oh man, let me see. So yeah, so that's what I'm hoping is, like, even though I'm just like this small little channel, like the word gets around. It's a small community, so hopefully somebody sends that to him, or something happens that that he has to, respond, because I don't know. It's confusing to me now.
Well, when I listen to Harvey Levin, every time he talks about these, I'm more convinced that he thinks they're all bogus. Like he looks so deflated, especially there. Like he's just reading it.
I feel like that's just how he looks, though. Like very deflated man.
Yeah, he knows they're. I hear it in his voice every time. He knows they're phony, probably, or they're real, but from somebody. They might have left out a whole lot of stuff to tell us what type of person this is.
All right, so this is 5 days later. He gets the fourth ransom.
The search for Nancy Guthrie has gone international. We have learned the FBI has told federal Mexican law enforcement to tell various police agencies to be on the lookout for Nancy and her kidnapper. Now, our law enforcement sources are telling us that it is possible they believe that Nancy was taken across the border, but they doubt if she is across the border that it happened directly after the kidnapping. We're told that because we know now that the FBI checked cameras, Border Patrol cameras, and also other various electronic devices. We are asked not to be specific about that, and they have come up dry. There is nothing showing any movement across the border where they suspect Nancy Guthrie was in that car. Now, that said, we're told that she could have been taken at some point after the kidnapping, a day or so later or 2 days later. They just don't know. And obviously, there is a way to get across the border undetected. But right now, they have put the word out, and so far, no luck. There is something else. TMZ obtained another ransom note today. This is a highly sophisticated demand.
Highly sophisticated demand. And yeah, because I mean, obviously, then remember, there was the whole thing with Brian Hinton when he went to Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And he was looking like, oh, they might have got her meds.
I was gonna say, yeah, he went into spots and asked like how easy it was to get medication.
Oh, in Mexico, you can get anything.
Yeah, but do you really think they did that? I mean,
no. I mean, we'd never know. I don't know.
Well, I'm going to show you something after here, because when you go to Mexico, you just drive in. It's like you're driving into your local Walmart. You just drive in. You're like, hey, I'm here. They don't stop you. They're not trying to figure out who's Shibby. You just come on in. You know what I mean?
Did you hear Harvey's wording, though, he didn't say, I believe she's in Mexico or it's possible. He said, I believe the FBI says, the FBI believes it is possible. Like, you did a double, I believe, and it's possible. They believe, like.
I mean, they could have brought her to like one of these small towns that they basically run, right? There's all these small towns they basically infiltrated years ago. I mean, this is old news, but for whatever reason, our government allows it to continue. I don't know why.
To get out of the country, to leave, to go to Mexico, but also to come back too.
No, to come back, you need to show, you need to have
right.
But sometimes they'll just wave you through if you look like,
you're not up to no good.
Yeah, if you're just they're like, come on in. But just 2 days ago they found at one of these checkpoints, and this happens weekly, 72 pounds of the white stuff.
Wow.
And like
fentanyl or coke?
Both.
Because they have those awesome X-ray machines now that go like X-ray through steel containers and all that, eh?
Yeah, well, this was dogs. They have dogs. Like, I'll show you. Well, I don't know if you can see it at night, but anyway,
I can't see how anyone gets past anything, because they have those little machines at all the airports where if they just take your license, and if you had been using it 6 months ago to chop up some cocaine and make lines with it, they would be able to put it through and test the residue for the tiniest amounts.
Yeah, watch when you use the words. Use different words instead of the real. I just don't. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know what.
Who's watching? Yeah.
So let me get this.
Someone said Shibby, funniest person on YouTube, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Finn fan.
Finn, give me time. I'll ruin it, Finn. Give me time.
Involving a form of crypto, not Bitcoin. Now, it is demanding...
Wait, I got to rewind this.
Ramsey obtained another ransom note today. This is a highly sophisticated demand involving a form of crypto, not Bitcoin.
Okay. Now, I've never heard this either. Like, why are they making it specific? It's not Bitcoin. It's a form of crypto. To me, why isn't this being talked about? Like,
that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Are they requesting the Trump coin? Hey, I need the Trump coin. That would be crazy.
Or I think Ethereum is like another form of crypto. So
there's lots of them.
Yeah.
I used to own XRP.
Wow. Didn't that go like through the roof too?
Yeah, I mean it did for a little bit, but a lot of these they just do.
They're
pump and
down
dumps
right now too. Like everything is really down, so I'm surprised. Unless they were gonna wait to pull it out until it, went back up.
It's free money, no matter if someone just gives it to them. So
true.
Now it is demanding roughly the same amount as the demand letter we received, shortly after the kidnapping, the $6 million demand. It's not exactly that, but it's close to that. The demand graphically describes the consequences if the demand is not met. It also involves the media, saying that the media essentially becomes a go-between, a trigger, if you will, for getting this ransom money. We have been asked not to be specific about any of that beyond what we've just said. We have forwarded this on to the FBI, and they are looking into it. The email that we received today does not have the same crypto account as the crypto account in that first ransom letter that we received. A couple of other things. We told you yesterday that the FBI went around to various gun stores in the Tucson area with a list of names, trying to see if anybody on that list bought a gun at any of these shops. We were told, and we told you this yesterday, that the list was created by the people who had purchased a holster similar to the one that the kidnapper was wearing the FBI had gone to Walmart and other retailers, created this list. We are told that this did not bear fruit, that so far it turned up nothing.
And that is the other thing is like, you would think that guy had all kinds of Walmart stuff on, right? Everything they said he was wearing,
Backpack, yep.
are they going through? I mean, I can't imagine the job would be as if like you had to track everybody who purchased that backpack. And then also,
but I think it's probably easier if they got it down to, if they get the person bought 3 things, the exact same 3 things, certain models. I think you could probably round it down to.
That's where, you know, there was like every day when we would wake up, what's the latest? What's today? And for like a week, they were talking about this damn sniffer. Oh, the sniffer's gonna find her. I'm like, I mean, I
Were they
get.
even close enough? Like that, like how close do you have to be to get this, whatever it causes, you know what I mean? To hear it.
No, to me, that was like just headlines. I didn't think that was ever gonna. I knew, I was like, they're honestly thinking they're gonna just find Nancy. And to me, they took Nancy to private property, right? They're not, I mean, if you're stupid, they would just leave her out and so somebody can find her. But if they're trying to be smart, which probably they don't want to get caught, they're taking her to their private property and she's probably buried on their private property. So until they find out the suspects,
they're never going to find her.
That's just my gut.
There was no match here of somebody buying a gun and buying that holster, at least from that list. Couple of other things. The FBI team, there is a team that is working on just finding people who have bought items similar to the ones the kidnapper is wearing. They actually have a team contacting Walmart and other retailers, and their focus is finding matches, you know, people who have bought more than one of these items, you know, a backpack, a jacket, a holster, or anything else. Again, we are told that so far they do not have any real leads on that. So the bottom line, and this is a quote from a law enforcement source, we are shaking the trees looking for clues. So they are doing everything they can. There's one other thing that I was asked to mention, and that is something I know to be true. The FBI is really serious that anybody who is trying to get money from the Guthrie family with a phony demand letter is going to spend, as it was put to me, a long, long time in federal prison. The FBI does not mess around with things like that.
They just let off Derek Colella on probation.
That's what I said. I literally said it was more of like a slap on the wrist rather than showing this person is going to get in trouble. So it almost doesn't scare them. Like it'll continue.
I don't know. I see it differently because if he could have, he was probably thinking he was going to throw the book at him today too. You never know. And then they thought, or that not today, like the other day. And I thought, well, we can't do it when he's in this state. I don't know why they would do that, but giving him a chance to clean himself up. And if he doesn't, then he's going to really get in trouble. I don't know. Like, do we think it was an easy thing that happened to him? Because he has to go back in September, right? For what?
Yeah, I mean, I saw from what is like, I was right there with his mom. And
yes, I saw that. And didn't she say everyone's getting the help that they need? Who is everyone? Who else is she talking about?
Them.
Yeah, I think she probably, like, she wasn't going to talk because right before that, there's another clip where our friend Monica Garcia, if you know who I'm talking about, she's the one who wrote the hit piece. And
yeah.
She like was chasing the mother down and was asking some horrible questions too. Like I wouldn't have answered him either.
She was in kind of trauma with this kid with this guy as a son before this even happened too. He sounded like a train.
Yeah.
This guy.
She's probably been, so
Her whole life.
to me, the mother just seemed like, yeah, like he's, and he even said he was on drugs. Just stupid, you know what I mean? And so, I mean, if he didn't, I just hope he gets help, because yeah, to do that, you gotta be way off your rocker, right?
Yeah.
So either, luckily, like in the thing, he actually called from like a Google phone number, right?
Yeah, and it was his first and last name, wasn't it? Like that, it traced back. That's
Yeah.
wow. That's crazy. He wasn't covering himself up very good.
No, so what I'm gonna play, because I gotta run to the next room real quick. We were just talking about like what it's like in Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood, and like, so this one I found is Brian Anthony's driving around, and like, you see how this car is parked here with the hood up?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
There was like 10 of those, and they were all media trucks, and they used their battery to power up stuff.
Oh,
And so like,
that's weird.
yeah,
But
like,
you don't need to lift your hood up. Maybe they're doing that so they can say that they're stalled or something. To park
no, they were using their battery to power stuff up, like the car
Oh.
battery. It was weird. Like, I don't know, like what they were doing, but the whole point is, here's a view. I'll be right back. If you guys
And this is recent. This is recent.
No, this is like right when, Nancy was kidnapped, probably like within the first 2 weeks. Let's just say, yeah, this is like long time ago. Nancy was just kidnapped, probably within.
So nobody's afraid of parking there. So I thought it was like today or yesterday.
No, this is in the heat of it. This is when no one cared. Everybody was, it was the Wild West. All right. I'll be right back. And then if you guys are good to stay around and everything, if you guys are good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Be right back.
And I wanted to give you guys a look at kind of the bigger picture of what it looks like in Nancy's neighborhood. First of all, look at this. This is the road that Nancy lives on, and we're still, about a block away. And you can see just how much media there is out here. I mean, they basically line the entire street, all sorts of different networks, people from really all over the world. Some of the live shots I've heard reporters doing are like in different languages. It's raining today, by the way, which is unusual, obviously, here in the desert. I've been here almost 2 weeks and it hasn't rained one day, but it started raining today. Which is interesting for the investigation. I mean, if there were tire tracks or anything they were looking at, that could be an issue, although it's already been 2 weeks. So they've probably already, hopefully looked for those kinds of things. This is Nancy's house right here. You can see that there is a Pima County Sheriff's deputy out front. Initially, they just had the house totally unsecured with no deputies around, but they have since kept the deputy here around the clock, just kind of keeping an eye on things, making sure that no one walks onto the property. Today, there was everybody was kind of excited about this. There was a pool cleaner that came, a pool service guy that came, and they actually let that person go back into the back of the house. This is our News Nation setup right here. That's Mo, our cameraman. Hey, Mo. He's waving. He's, I think, grumpy because of the rain. And it's been a long couple of weeks, as you can imagine. But I want to show you up here. Look, this is the area next to Nancy's house. And you can see like how dense the vegetation is. There's cactuses, there's bushes, there's rocks. And when you go back a little bit off the road, which I did the other day and was kind of walking through the desert, you can see how hard it is to see the road because of all the vegetation. So even if like a house like this is Nancy's neighbor, even if a house like this had a camera, it would be very difficult to actually see what was happening out on the road. Not to mention, at night, it's like pitch black around here. They have an ordinance here that you're not allowed to have lights on at night because of all the stargazers. So it's really, really dark here at night. You can see more media parked this way. I mean, we've kind of taken over the neighborhood, which most of the neighbors have been pretty nice. We kind of see the same ones every day out walking their dogs. So we've become friends with a lot of the neighbors. A few have been annoyed, which I understand. It's like they have a hard time getting through. But I think the media, for the most part, has been pretty respectful of just trying to stay off the road, making sure we take all our trash at the end of the day. I know that sounds weird, but you can imagine if it was your neighborhood. So up here, you can see the mountains in the distance. And again, just like you look to the side here, I mean, look how dense people think this is like a normal neighborhood when you watch it on the news, but each house is on 1 to 4 acres. And there's a ton of vegetation and there's a lot of space in between the houses. And you can actually, like this guy, if he was trying to get to Nancy's house without walking along the road, you could easily do that, just kind of walking through the desert, walking through these yards, and no one would see you. And again, even if you walked in the road, especially at night, there's no cameras that I've seen that are really right out on the road here in the neighborhood. A lot of really beautiful houses here, by the way. It's confusing though. It's twisty and turny in here. There's only a couple of ways to get back to the main road. And there's all sorts of cul-de-sacs. And even being here almost 2 weeks, I literally have to use my GPS every single day when I leave, because first of all, it's so dark. And I still can't really figure out, I still get lost in this neighborhood. So kind of goes back to like the whole thought of, did this person know the neighborhood? Did they plan ahead how to get in and out? You know, my thought is probably yes, based on just how confusing the neighborhood can be to get in and out of. Some construction happening here. There's a lot of construction in the neighborhood, I've noticed, a lot of landscapers, a lot of people doing work on houses, which goes back to, remember those black gloves that were found along the road, not far from here. I think it's about 1.5 miles from here. You know, a lot of these people doing work in the neighborhood use gloves like that. That's what some of the construction crews have told me. So, you know, I'm not sure that those gloves are actually going to connect back to the case, but we know that they were bagged and sent away for testing. There's apparently, the sheriff is now saying there are other gloves that have also been found. So here's another intersection here. We're right up the way from Nancy's. And I can't, like, again, I can't even remember. It all sort of starts to look the same out here. Yeah, I wanted to give you guys a lay of the land and kind of show you what the neighborhood is actually like, and just how spread out the houses are, and again, just how much vegetation is out here.
I didn't know that about the lights, that you guys can't have lights on in that area at night.
Yeah, there's ordinances for like light pollution, so they can stargaze.
I mean, yeah. So technically,
it's pretty cool though.
They don't have it in, like, the city doesn't put them up in like public roads like you would see in a normal city. So yeah, I guess they try to say it's because of light pollution, which, I mean, I'm not going to go into the argument, but you know, yeah, our city is like one of the darkest compared to like other cities.
I guess it won't help with crime though, but it also, where I'm at, you can walk outside and it looks like daytime. But if you go up north, when you go camping and it's like you see the stars, it is pretty awesome to see. But you don't need it in the cities, right? You can drive 30 minutes away and get that.
Yeah. And so it's really about the public roads. So like Nancy Street has zero, not even, I can't even think of one public light.
There's no poles or nothing, eh? No,
not even, I can't even think of
poles
one. I was trying to think of like one. So it's just completely, now on your property, you can do whatever you want.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so you could have one of those big spotlights up and sorry, I got an email. So yeah, basically there could be, you know, like anyone could do, you know, lights on their property. So they don't care about that. But yeah, so that's how it is though. Like on my street, I mean, yeah, there's no traffic light, or there's no street lights.
Is that like that in all of Tucson? Like, is everything buried, the electrical wires and everything, or?
No, we just don't have street lights.
Oh,
I mean, we still have those big,
there's no poles though, is there?
Yeah, we still have all the wooden poles all over town.
Oh, but not in Nancy's neighborhood, no, is there? Maybe
no, Nancy's is different. Yeah, those like out in there, they still have poles though that go up to that area. It's weird, like right down the street. near the CVS. Anyway, so it is, you know, as much as that though, you know, as long as you got headlights, you're good to go, right? It's not like you know what I mean? So it's, you know, headlights do a wonder.
And if you're going for a walk or a bike ride, I think you'll for sure have that stuff, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, that's why every night everybody, you know, does their walk at whatever time. And then once it gets dark, you don't want to be walking out there because number one, cars won't see you very well unless you have reflective stuff on, and that still could be iffy. You know, if you're coming around a corner or something and then boom, you know, so people are smart where they're like, once it gets dark. So to me, the suspects, they knew because they were there on the 11th, they knew what was going to happen already when they showed up on 31st. As far as like what would happen if, you know what I mean, like in the neighborhood, because they kind of did a trial run, it sounds like. What do you think?
It's just so dark that that person had to know where they were going and what they were doing. Personal opinion, just especially if, like you said, if there's no street lights, I get you could still see. But again, it just, like you said, maybe it's because hers was the easiest to access on the road. But I don't know. I still think that it has a lot of different factors. Like, yes, it was dark. You can't see anything. Nancy's house, her driveway was the easiest to access because it wasn't as pushed back. But I still think that it was targeted for Nancy specifically.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Well, I think at first I was thinking it was a burglary gone wrong. And I still kind of think that because the authorities, they literally can lie to us, and it's not like they do that. So to me, that until recently, I was like more like burglary gone wrong, because I'm thinking Occam's razor, you know, Occam's razor.
Keep it simple, silly.
Yeah, and to me, I know these young kids, they're looking for that get rich quick thing, right? That you know, hey, I'm you know, whatever. And you even hear it in the rap songs. And they're walking around with these big old whatevers, you know, weapons, so to speak. And, you know, some of them actually carry, I mean, just look at that Grand Theft Auto game.
Yeah.
You know, what are they doing in that game? They're literally walking around robbing people.
Yeah.
So to me, it was like, you know, but people recently now have talked me into more of, if these ransom notes are real, it could be an organized thing where the person who's writing the letters is like the leader, and he hired this group to do this. And the group now is not even, they're gone. They're disappeared because they don't want to. But the person now that's writing was like the person that was like the chef as the other people. So to me, where the national security threat is how does this person send all these emails and we can't track it? And what if this was you know, like someone on the cabinet of the United States government's family? Would they still be able to send these emails and we never know who it is?
It's traced back. Yeah.
So
that's
like,
frightening.
right?
That's super scary. And like, especially if it's coming from someone who's in the limelight, it's her mom. And, you know, she has this large following and, you know, presence. And imagine if it was just someone, you know, like myself, and I went missing, no one would blink an eye. No one's going to cover that. You know what I mean?
Well, that's why,
I get you.
No, we would be. Yeah. No, but it's like Holly Dasso.
Right. Yeah, like no, like it'll stay in the news for what, like a few days. Like at least Nancy's now like because of Savannah's presence, but it's almost like they don't want that presence, which is alarming. But again, just saying, like, this could happen to anyone.
Well, what happens is there, some people can compartmentalize stuff, right? Celebrities, especially, because they're so busy and they're on such a different level of I don't want to say life, but their time management is
Oh,
way
I get it.
different.
I do a lot of their like, yeah, with flights and stuff. Because I manage a lot of these aircraft that are owned by those types of people, and it's a different life. They don't look at things the same way as we do.
No, I mean they're worried like just like humans are, but you know,
Their life moves differently, and
but
they don't have the same worries or yeah.
no, I mean it's like they I mean she's gonna be making 8 to 10 million this year. Not that money's anything, but she's got a contract she signed. She has to be somewhere every day and be a productive employee, right? Because that's essentially what she is. So that's what I mean by compartment is like they'll update her if they hear anything, but she's not going to spend her days ruining her days, right? Like I
Yeah.
get it. I get it.
And
Like,
didn't she just get a new job too, like as a game show host?
yeah.
So
Yeah.
doesn't seem to be affecting her in that way.
No, and and that's the other thing is she's got these young kids, and now, so I think basically everybody grieves differently, you know what I mean?
Totally.
And that's where, whatever it is, the thing that we're all thinking that we're doing this for Savannah and Annie, and like we are, right? But I'm doing it for the community
Yeah.
because they're victims too. Like this isn't, even though it was Savannah's, family or mother. I mean, we're all like, well, I mean, we all can relate to that because we see Nancy. It's like our grandma. I mean, I know that.
That's what it is. I can't even process what happened that night to that poor woman. And to even think that through is just, it's
Yeah.
so sad. And I don't
Well,
understand how it's gotten to where we are now. I really don't. But, like, there's no justice for Nancy, and it's so sad.
well, and that's why before Nancy went missing, I've been advocating for this case, which is
Oh, yes. I want to look into this now. Holly Dasso.
now to the person who did this to her took her way out to where only they knew the area, allegedly, from what somebody kind of basically where she was found. We'll watch this so everybody can
Found in this
but this person, and viewer discretion advised, because this is pretty gruesome, but they literally laid her on the train tracks and waited for a train to come by.
That's terrible.
And then they haven't ever even released a cause of death.
Wow.
But she did have, like, I'll post up the link, because I've been doing videos for a couple of years now.
So do they think she was still alive when it happened, like the train, or her body was placed?
Nope, they won't say. Let's just
gosh.
we don't know. I mean, we don't know, but this is like they do these updates, the local news, like twice a year they'll do an update on our case. So the reward is up to 15,000. This is when it was at like 10,000. But the thing that this is similar is this is how they do with cases. If they don't find it within the first like 6 months, they just stop talking about it.
Yeah, it just drops.
And so I've been like literally once a week, even today, I think I made a post on X and Facebook. I post this flyer and I go, when are they gonna, because they don't even update us. With this case, there's people walking that like literally need to be like talk to as far as like they might have answers. I think this case could be solved.
Tonight, nearly 2 years since the Tucson woman's body was found in the desert on the southeast side. KGUN 9's Vanessa.
So that was the last photo of her alive. Okay. So she's getting on a, that almost looks like she's getting off.
Yeah, I was gonna say, looks like she's walking.
Because usually they said it was like getting on, but that's like the
Looks
back
like
of
she's
the
walking
bus.
off of it, right? Yeah.
That's weird. See, those are the little things that when this is how Tucson operates. Cases, they'll make a report and then most of the public just goes bad. They don't care. But there's no other video, you're telling me. That's what's crazy. It's same thing with Nancy. Okay, so this is the last photo. Here it is.
Gora had an opportunity to speak with her family, who's pleading for the public's help.
34-year-old Holly Dasso's body was found in this desolate area on I-10 and Marsh Station Road near the railroad tracks less than 2 years ago. And many questions are still left unanswered.
We truly believe that there are people out there that know what happened, know how my daughter passed away, or know who was involved.
Holly went missing on September 22nd, 2023.
Oh, that's a different photo.
Yeah.
That's weird because they've only said one. And now this is the first time I realized that's
her getting
With
on,
footage
right?
last capturing her on a bus
Yeah.
by Laos Transit Center on the 21st.
I don't know if she was alone that night when she boarded the bus or not.
Her body was found the next day by a train conductor. Detective Miguel Flores with the Pima County Sheriff's Department.
Now, most likely this is the same detective right here on the left that's working the Nancy Guthrie case too.
Yeah,
That's
that
what
first one was very clear. That first one, her getting on was pretty crisp. Even though it was like night vision, black and white, it was really clear.
Yeah. Now here's the thing: is looking at that photo, even though it's just kind of a black and white photo, does that look like a real like what do you see when you see that photo? I'll pull it up again.
Wonder if they could show us the video because
Yeah.
No,
You
they should, but they play these games with the public because they want to control the narrative for whatever reason. But what I'm saying is, does this look like a homeless person?
no, I'm just sensing a bunch of people on the bus, like just.
You know, so this is not like somebody, you know, that was like somebody did this to,
Laos
you know what I
Transit
mean?
Center on the 21st.
I don't know if she was alone that night when she boarded the bus or not.
Her body was found the next day by a train conductor. Detective Miguel Flores with the Pima County Sheriff's Department says over the last 18 months, there has been progress with the case.
Our investigation has included past relationships that she's had with friends and other people that have reached out to us or we've located on our own. They've been very cooperative and they've actually been able to generate new leads for us as well.
Detective Flores says her death is still ruled undetermined at this time.
See, and that's the thing. That's what's weird about it is it's undetermined.
Like, how did she get there? Yeah.
And so this is the weird thing is it happened in, not weird, but just this case, the way it is it happened in the city of Tucson, so city limits, but then she was found in Pima County.
Oh.
So it's double jurisdiction, but because it's the same thing with the Nancy case is because it was in, you know, she was found in Pima County, they get like the lead on the case. But it's the same thing with the Nancy case. Even though Nancy was kidnapped in Pima County, they should be, Tucson police should be working the case too, hopefully.
That's awful. They laid her on the tracks. That's awful.
Was there anything left of her for them to do an autopsy on her, or was she just, I'm sure she was completely.
Yeah, what I'll do is, one sec.
The Dasso family hopes the reward.
So basically I did like 3 episodes of this, and some of them are like an hour and a half long, where me and my sleuth guy Joe Schmo, if he's in the chat, I don't know, Joe Schmo, he actually requested so I have the autopsy, and then we went over them online.
Oh, really? Oh, I'll watch that. It's in your videos, lives.
Yeah, I'll put the link here in a minute.
Okay.
I'll put the
check
link
them out tomorrow.
because
I'll
there's
watch it too.
Yeah, no, it would be good if people started covering it, because she's got a son that I think he just turned 18 that's walking, and no, and Nancy got all this exposure. This case actually, like
We have
could, like,
details. We have stuff could be done with this if we
the
all
husband,
concentrate efforts too.
she had a husband, you know what I mean? And he's never talked. And when she went missing, he went to the family first instead of the police.
Oh wow.
So the family, and this is a husband. Now, he might not have done it, right? Of course not, probably, right? The police would have figured that out. But you would think that if your wife, this happened to your wife, that you would be out, like,
Searching, contacting the police, contacting friends.
being on the media saying, hey, who did this, help me find out. And he hasn't made one. I've made some videos about him in a long time ago, and I want to say he messaged me. It was like weird, and then I was like blocked, or I don't know what the heck. But he literally is, and maybe everybody grieves different, right? So I'm not blaming this guy at all, but I'm willing to work with them to bring this case out. So that's why
You're just bringing awareness. Yeah.
I'm willing to meet with him and go, hey, buddy, let's do a little, let's hear who she was, right? This is your wife who was, so.
Increased to $10,000 will help solve this case.
The reward's been increased, hoping that more people will come forward and provide answers.
He wants to know what happened to his daughter he describes as someone who lights up any room she walks into.
Everybody loved Holly. She got along so great with other people. She's very outgoing, very social.
Her family visited the site she was found on what would have been Holly's 36th birthday, April 3rd.
Just a feeling of, I guess, relief or comfort just being out near where she passed.
Holly is survived by her parents, 2 brothers, and 16-year-old son.
We're hoping one day the sheriff gets a hold of us and lets us know that they finally have justice for our daughter.
If you have any information about this case, please call 88 Crime.
All right. So, yeah.
I wrote that down. I'm gonna go back and watch those tomorrow if I could find them on your lives.
Yeah, are you in the chat that you can click this?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'll send you the one where we do the FOIA request. But if you type in her name, there's some other people that did some really good videos on her. That because I went to X and I was like, please, anybody who can help me cover this. And so people are like starting to this has a lot of moving pieces to it that I kind of need help, people that are good at like requesting like FOIA documents on this, because like to me, like I want to know who the players are, you know what I mean? Just
like who's behind this? There has to be more information.
and that same thing what's happening with the Nancy Guthrie case is happened with the with that case, as far as like there's like if you can find one article where Chris Nanos actually mentions Holly's name, I can't find even a time that he's even acknowledged what happened to her. So to me, Like everybody's like, oh, all these people are, missing and homicides, and why aren't you covering other cases? And I'm like, well, I covered things here in Tucson,
Mm-hmm.
but here's one, and it's all the same players. Oh, thank you, Kathleen. Thank you, Kathleen. Hit the goal. Thank you. So, you guys hanging in there? I know Shibby said he was tired in the chat earlier.
Yeah, I'm gonna hop off in a minute. It's midnight here.
I'm getting pretty tired too. I've been up all day.
I put the link in the chat to that video.
Yeah, and I emailed you too, just so that you have my contact.
Okay.
And you have that. But thank you so much for allowing me to come on tonight. This has been awesome.
Yeah, let's schedule another one because make sure. Yeah, I mean, I've been doing different panels with different people. I think it helps because everybody has a different perspective, and so yeah, if you want to, let's plan another time.
Yeah, this is awesome. I know I love
For sure.
hearing, I love when like everyone's on a panel together, you get to hear the different perspectives, and it's nice because then you could chime in and be like, well, what about this? And you kind of bounce back off of each other, and then reading the chat's always nice. So but yeah, this has been awesome. Thank you so
Plus,
much.
it is better when we kind of plan ahead and get notifications and all that. Not that it's bad, but
No, I'd rather do that. Sometimes it's hard to make plans, but I'd rather, work with plans. So yeah, if Shibby, if you just want to like put something on the calendar and then let me know, or Michelle, if you have your
for sure.
Because I definitely this week hopefully we get something new.
That's what I'm thinking. It has to. I was hoping, I know it was quiet because the holiday weekend, but I'm hoping something comes out this week. We need some updates.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, if Michelle, I'm available pretty much all the time. So if she ever wants to book, I will gladly come if you guys want me there.
Yeah, whatever you guys want to do, you just let me know.
All right. Well, let's plan another time this week in the evening, right? Because you got to work, right?
Yeah, I'm usually done by 5. I plan my calls and things like that, so I'm usually super flexible. So whatever works for you guys.
Okay. All right. Well, there's link. I'm gonna put your link there. How many how many people do you got each
watching?
No, like subs on your channel.
I have, let's see. And this is not even 1.22, so 1,222, I think. I started about a little over a week ago.
Nice.
That is fast.
Yeah, we had almost 500 in the chat the other night. It was awesome.
Yeah.
Very
it's all about
nice.
timing, eh? Yeah.
And there's
anytime we do a
Shibby's-
stream together, she has 3 times the amount as me, and I've got 3 times the amount of subs. I'm at 3,550. And
you're even wearing heels too, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I got to get my camera going. I'm going to get my camera going.
Yeah, dude. Wait, you need to.
I don't have as nice a hair as her, but I can dazzle you guys. You wait.
I can dazzle you guys.
I'll try my best. I have sparkling blue eyes. They're 52 years old, but they're sparkling.
Yeah, well, and that's the main thing is just like you were saying, the community, everybody in the chat is just awesome, and
it has been great.
Normally, in the past, I mean, I wasn't too like online with like I am now, so it is definitely a new world, but everybody is just awesome. And my main thing is like I'm an activist at heart, so a lot of my stuff is trying to help like bring change, hopefully, for Tucson. But now with this Nancy Guthrie case, it's kind of opening up the what's the word, like the box.
Yeah.
Well, no, to other things going on, like the nanos corruption.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just the start of it. So for whatever reason, yeah, I mean, it's good to have everybody being aware.
It is.
So
And it's nice. I feel like it's starting to blow it up. Like I said, you guys are poking the bear. You're there. You're pushing him, and the charges got dropped. Congratulations on that as well.
Yeah.
yeah, that's the thing is I gotta find now a civil rights attorney, hopefully, because it's I thought it would be easier, and it for whatever reason it hasn't been as easy. Like a criminal lawyer, you could find those a dime a dozen. But a civil rights lawyer is not, from what I'm finding out. It's
We
not
need
as
an
easy.
Alan Jackson. We need an Alan Jackson, how he presented Karen Reed, and we need to get in there and flip all the bad out.
Well, I called, what was his name? The guy, he was like, I think he's like bald and he was on that case. What was his name? Mark Carreras. You know who was the
Yeah.
attorney?
He's always on CNN. Yeah.
What was his
I know that
name?
guy.
I can't think of it.
I think I know.
So
who you're
yeah,
talking about.
I called his office because I'm like, all right, well, everyone's telling me to get someone out of Tucson, and he's like, not him, but like his whoever answers the phone. All right, well, you got to pay $2,500 for an initial
Just consultation.
That's just the consultation.
Oh my God.
I might be
And
thinking
then-
of someone else. I might have it wrong.
If you saw this guy, you would recognize him, but he was on that Karen anyway. So I was like, I just was like fishing for information anyway, so I didn't sign up. No, it's not Mark Garagos. It's something else.
Oh, okay.
I'm looking. It's
I can't think of
oh my
his
God, it's
name.
gonna bother me because I literally
He's from
it's
New
not
York
Alessi,
City.
right? It's not Bill Alessi. No, Alan Jackson. What was the third guy's her main one? I can't think of it.
Yeah, and so like right when it first happened, everybody was like sending me people, even getting me on the phone with like consultations. And I'm like, oh, cool, this is great. And then now the charges are dropped. So I'm like, cool. So I called the guy back and he's like, oh, we're not interested anymore.
Wow.
Like literally it was like that too. It was like, and I sat there like I didn't even respond. I just like uncomfortably sat there like, okay, have a good day. He's like,
Well,
all
tell
right,
them when they
bye.
see the video of that you're not doing. You were even told you could be there.
No,
And you're
no,
doing
I
nothing.
don't think it has anything to do with that.
Oh,
I
what?
think it's just these lawyers are so busy, and once they get a case that's gonna make them a couple mil, and they're already like they got court dates coming up, right? And that's all they're thinking about is winning that case because they're getting their 1.5.
Mm-hmm.
So my case could it doesn't mean it has nothing to do with the circumstance, and they also.
Right.
Like I said, people say don't go local because they know everybody.
Yes.
And they actually could just try to throw the case into the dirt, so to speak.
Now, how long will you have to do something about it? Doesn't have to be instantly, or do you have?
I mean, the quicker the better. That's why.
For sure.
Yeah, so that's why basically I was making calls today and I probably got like 8 voicemails. Like they don't even answer the phone.
Wow.
That's crazy.
And yeah, it's like so
Until it
like,
benefits them. Yeah. Then it becomes important for them to respond,
Yep. Well, I don't want to keep you guys up. I know you gotta probably get up early.
How long are you staying on for? Should we end we were dual streaming. Should we end it or?
Oh yeah,
Or how's that work?
for a little while longer. Yeah,
Okay,
a
so
little
I'll
while longer. I got a couple more videos. Yeah, I'll be on here for a while.
Okay, so
Longer.
I'll to end a dual stream, I click on my guy up in the top and I delete it, but I don't remove from YouTube, right? That ends the dual streaming.
Yeah, I've never really messed around with that.
I'm pretty sure it does.
Okay,
I set
yeah.
a dual stream from backstage.
He's like,
so,
yeah.
So
He's
yeah,
like a genius with all this. I have no idea.
it's misleading. So in the top right corner, you know how you dual streamed it? If you click your icon and click, it'll say delete from YouTube. Choose that. Like it deletes the live stream, like it ends it, but it doesn't. But don't check the box that says remove it from YouTube. So it'll be on
Yeah.
your channel as a video.
Yeah,
live.
yeah. You don't want to remove it from YouTube.
No.
Yep.
So, but it's a bad wording. It says delete it. So I was always
Mine
afraid to
doesn't
do
say
that.
that.
Oh, it doesn't?
No,
When I
mine just
click on
says
mine,
edit
it
and
says-
remove.
Oh, remove. Okay, so it's changed. Okay, but it's a garbage can. That's what it is. It's a garbage can. It looks like a
Yeah,
delete
so
thing,
I hit
right?
the garbage can.
Yeah, if you hit the remove, it'll remove it. Like it'll
you don't
end the
want to
live.
remove it.
No, that's weird.
Yeah, you don't want it. You want to keep it.
But that's how you end it. This is the dilemma. That's how you end it. Watch,
But
I'm gonna
it-
click
but
it. I'm gonna
does it
click it
do-
right now. Watch.
Okay,
I'm
but it
becoming
doesn't.
hilarious now.
Okay, so I just did it. So if you click on the remove, a pop-up comes up and it says there's a check box if you
Oh,
want to.
okay.
So you have to do that. So if you hit remove, it just removes the destination from the stream. Doesn't
Ah,
You
remove
just
I got
don't click delete on YouTube, correct? You just
yeah,
hit
don't have
remove.
that box filled. Yeah, so
All right,
it is
guys.
misleading. I do this every time. So thank you, Damien, and thank you, Michelle. I'll see you.
Yes, thank you so much. Have a
Yep.
good night.
All right.
Good
See
night,
you
everyone.
guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Oh, later, bro.
See ya. Have a good night.
See ya. Bye.
All right, everybody. Yeah, I don't know. Let me check. I don't think he's texted me. Tell him to text me a link. I'll go on the show. But I wanted to pull up this video. Where is it? This is kind of like a little summary video.
If it is me, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
So that should be resolved within 24 hours and maybe sooner. Now, we are also told, and I think this is really interesting, that the glove that was
There's a new channel I found. It's called Caleb S.
New York Post found.
He kind of put together this cool summary video of what's going on.
That
So there's the channel if you want to go sub
he
up
has
to his
video
channel.
of Nancy Guthrie with the main killer on what probably would be the last day of her life. That's the way he puts it here.
He's only
He
got
says,
2 subscribers.
While what it contains
Give it a
is my
shot.
definition of delivering it on a silver platter. A short video of the main guy with Nancy the day that was probably her last. He also says that he has names, addresses, phone numbers of the killers. Now, he says he has that video in a phone, and the phone is turned off. It is in a secure, secret location, but a location easy to find if you know where to look. And that's what he says. He doesn't say a safe deposit box, but he says easy to find if you know where to look. And he says that if he gets a Bitcoin, he will deliver, as he puts it, on a silver platter, exactly how to get access to this phone, including the password.
After waiting for the most traumatizing 5 months of their lives, the Guthrie family finally has something that gives them hope regarding the jarring disappearance of 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie. A trail of blood, 2 ransom deadlines, multiple masked images of the suspect, and some other discoveries. Every new update since February 2026 has made the case more and more twisted. Was it an insider's job? Was it an abduction? Or maybe a robbery gone wrong? Even after involving the greatest investigation team in the United States, not a single soul is able to tell what happened until now.
I think a lot of us are kind of scratching our heads a little bit because we're getting a lot of quote unquote new details this week. But these are details that have been known to news stations for months. Particularly, our own sister station was aware of the details of these notes since February. from the FBI side of things, why would the FBI urge a local news station not to release details from these ransom?
It all started on January 31st when Nancy was dropped off at home after visiting her daughter Annie. The last person to see her before the kidnapping was her son-in-law, Tommaso Tioni. After that, the way the crime was executed made everyone believe that it was not an amateur's job. First, the doorbell camera of Guthrie's residence was disconnected. Then, the security equipment was tampered with, followed by the victim's pacemaker being disconnected from her phone app. The security footage revealed a masked man with no identifiable details. A local news station received the first ransom note demanding $4 million in Bitcoin by February 5th or $6 million by February 9th.
So that is a good point. February 5th and February 9th. They gave 2 deadlines. Remember, we had 2 deadlines.
When I called him, he knew. He knew. And he said, I think she's been for ransom. And I said, yeah. What? Yeah. Well, why? What? And then, I mean, it sounds so like, how dumb could I be? But I didn't want to believe. I just said, do you think because of me? And he said, I'm sorry, sweetie, but yeah, maybe. But I knew that.
You did?
I hope not. I mean, we still don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly,
Drive
we don't
safe,
know anything.
Angel.
We don't know anything. So I don't know that it's because she's my mom and somebody thought, oh, that girl, that lady has money, we can make a quick buck. I mean, that would make sense, but we don't know. But yeah, that's probably, which is too much to bear. To think that I brought this to her bedside, that it's because of me.
Wow, that's got to be hard. And you look how she looked at her, because it's me, and then she kind of looked at her. Watch.
Brought this to her bedside, that it's because of me.
She's like making direct eye contact.
And I just say, I'm so sorry, Mommy. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry to my sister and my brother and my kids and my nephew and Tommy and my brother-in-law. I'm like, so sorry. I'm so sorry. If it is me, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
CBS News also revealed that the note goes on to...
She said right at the end, she snuck that in there, if it is because of me. So she still is not 100%, it seems like, everybody.
Described the exact location of Nancy's Apple Watch inside her bedroom, a detail that had never been made public and was meant to show the ransom demand was the real deal. The family wasted no time and released a statement agreeing to the demands while emphasizing the importance of medication for their mother.
84 years old. Her health, her heart is fragile. She lives in constant pain. She is without any medicine. She needs it to survive. She needs it not to suffer. We too have heard the reports about a ransom letter in the media. As a family, we are doing everything that we can.
We have heard the reports about a ransom in the media. I thought she would have heard it from the FBI first. So she heard it in the media first?
We are ready to talk. However, we live in a world where voices and images are easily manipulated. We need to know, without a doubt, that she is alive and that you have her. We want to hear from you, and we are ready to listen. Please
Every passing day increased the chances of Nancy's death. After the second deadline passed, the authorities released Guthrie's security footage showing a masked man with a backpack tampering with the security equipment. 2 people ended up in the spotlight after these details were revealed. A 36-year-old DoorDash delivery guy identified by electronic investigative tools, and the last person who saw her, Nancy's son-in-law, Tomas.
All right, welcome in everybody. Just getting here. What we're doing, this is a great summary video I found. And it's just kind of putting in perspective everything we've been through the almost, 5+ months. So we're just kind of zooming out. We're taking a look. But as you guys have known or see this titled National Security Threat, because to me, this is a security threat for all politicians, celebrities, people. When this can be happen and they don't have a trace. We got emails being sent. We can't trace an email. Is this a foreign country who did this? Is it a local domestic terrorist operation targeting Savannah Guthrie? Why aren't they treating it like that? Why are they ignoring it? Why is it silent? Why aren't they putting up more cameras? Why aren't they trying to make sure that the public can feel more safe? Because right now, what we know is if it wasn't for Nancy Guthrie having those cameras, we would have nothing. Maybe an email that they can't even track these emails. So you're telling me another country could do this to one of our citizens and then send emails and we can't track them, and that's not a national security threat? What? Why?
Also, Tioni. And he said that not only were the cameras smashed, plural cameras smashed, so that the suspect likely knew about the locations of them, but that the car belonging to the sister of Savannah Guthrie, Annie Guthrie, was towed, impounded, and taken into evidence. And this is the wording. It's very important. The wording is very important. He said they now believe the son-in-law may be the prime suspect. Those are the words. Son-in-law may be the prime suspect at this point. And I'm very mindful. I covered the Elizabeth Smart case. I was out in Salt Lake City for 5 weeks while Elizabeth Smart had vanished. And I recall specifically a lot of language saying Ed Smart is likely the prime suspect here. And so you got to be really mindful that, as you know, Megan, you're a lawyer. Police investigations start in the middle of the circle and they go out in concentric circles in terms of investigating family members, right? You start in the middle of the family, you investigate out from there. Then you go to contractors and friends and workers and everybody else who's had some contact. And then there's the randoms. So it is not surprising that someone in the family is being looked at. That language to me was pretty strident, though.
The DoorDash delivery man was released after some intense interrogation, after repeatedly telling the officers that he was innocent.
This is her house, and the subject is her son-in-law.
Yeah,
is
my
that right?
son, yeah.
Tell me how this happened. Where was he when he was detained?
My daughter.
All right, everybody, we are just watching kind of a summary video, getting everybody back into all these different things we've been through. And we just found a little nugget. I'm going to pull it up in a minute. But Harvey Levin has some questions to answer tomorrow. And we're going to give you guys an opportunity right after here. Actually, let's just do that right now. I'm going to pause this right here. We're going to go right to that video. So what it is Harvey Levin, remember, everybody is saying that the first 2 ransom notes, he's saying that those are the ones he thinks are real, right? Well, here in this video we're about to watch, as soon as I can find it. Okay, I found it. In this video we're about to watch, everybody, he says that the third is also connected. This was a long time ago, though. So why is he not saying that the third is connected when he said this a long time ago? He said the third note has been confirmed to be connected to the first and the second. I'm just going to play this so you guys can listen. Clip this if you need to, whatever you need to do. But this is actually contradicting what he said. In this video you're about to watch, Harvey Levin. Hey, welcome in, Christian. Harvey Levin. Remember, now I'm going to give you an update. Everybody is thinking the first two are real. Well, in this video, this was made also all the way back on February 13th. Excuse me. So on February 13th, this is the video we're going to watch. He says that the third ransom note is connected to the first and the second. Now, why is he not saying that now? Why is he only saying that the first two? But in here, he says that it's connected. So here we go. Make sure the chat understands what we're doing. Crying? I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea. I just sent him a link to come chat. I got that one in the queue. I know it's getting late, so we'll try to get to that. I have no idea. He wasn't? Okay, good. Okay, good. So what we're going to do, everybody, this is kind of breaking news right here, because Harvey Levin has been saying that the first two notes are real. But in this video, he says that the third one has been positively identified to the first two. Give me a thumbs up if you guys understand what I'm saying here. So why has he now backing away from what he said on February 13th? Oh, I got a thumbs up. Thank you. Okay, here we go. I'll get the video. Everyone's like, play the video. All right, here we go.
TMZ has obtained.
Now, this was on February 13th, everybody.
A third email from the man who claims he knows the identity and the location of Nancy Guthrie's kidnapper, and he has now upped his demand. We know it is the same person who wrote the other two notes because the Bitcoin address is identical. So he says that he is going through TMZ because he does not trust law enforcement. He's essentially saying, you don't trust me and I don't trust you. What he is suggesting is by the FBI upping the reward to $100,000, it was designed to discredit him. He says, quote, to discredit me. So what he is saying is he now wants the following. He wants one fraction of a Bitcoin worth $50,000. And for that, he says he will give up the name and location of the kidnapper. He says he will not cash that until the kidnapper is actually arrested. And then he expects the second Bitcoin fraction, another 50,000. So he wants the $100,000 reward, he says, but he wants it in this form and not simply coming forward to authorities. He has a variety of reasons on why he doesn't want to come forward to authorities, one of which is interesting. He says it's because that it could compromise his possible freedom. Now, we don't know what that means. Does that mean that he is peripherally associated with this kidnapper? He does not explain what that means, but he says it in this email. Now, there's something really important here, that he says that when he gets the initial payment, and this is a quote, he will give up, quote, the name of the main individual, the main individual. So clearly he is suggesting, and he did insinuate this before, but he is saying it squarely here. The main individual, that means if this is legit, he has accomplices.
The main individual, and that's where we were talking a little bit ago, that the main person who's writing these letters is most likely not the person who did the kidnapping act. What do you guys think? Could this be like a chef, someone who's the main person, and then the people on the ground?
So he does refer to the current state of Nancy Guthrie. We are not going to get into what that is. We have forwarded this on to the FBI.
All right, there we go.
TMZ has obtained a third email from the man who claims he knows the identity and the location of Nancy Guthrie's kidnapper, and he has
Listen to
now
this.
upped his demand. We know it is the same person who wrote the other two notes because the Bitcoin address is identical.
Okay, so right there, we just figured it out something. Why is he saying that this letter is connected to the first two? If this letter is connected to the first two, then all three of these first three should be. Why are they only saying two? And this one, he just said the same Bitcoin address. Why are they not counting this one as a part of the ones they think are real? Do you guys see what I'm saying here? And this is where I'm hoping that somebody will clip this video, go clip this video, and we need to ask Harvey. Someone needs to go to X. He sees the stuff. But why are they leading us to believe that those first two are real, but they're not talking about the third one? And Harvey just said on this video on February 13th that he has positively confirmed that the third letter used the same Bitcoin, so they positively connected it to the first two. Welcome in, Jolene. Peace, Chicky. He said it was new. Wayne did say about the third Nancy note. Was this? So like I said, this video was made on February 13th. They got this note, the third note, on February 13th. Now that was the same day that they raided Luke's house. So they got this supposedly around lunchtime, he says. But until right now, when we watched this video, we had no idea that he connected the third letter to the first two. But now they're not talking about that. Why are they not talking about that? If this is correct, what he just said, we're going to watch it one more time, then the third should be real based on what he's saying right here. So, Harvey, it's only 8:30 in California. If anyone can get a message to Harvey, he needs to address this.
TMZ has obtained
Watch this.
a third email from the man who...
Now, I'm going to stop it right after he talks about how he has positively confirmed that this third ransom note is connected 100% to the first two. But they're only telling the public that the first two are real. Harvey, we got questions, buddy. Good night, Annie. Tomorrow's a new day. There we go. That's where this little nugget is that we just found. Is everybody has been now thinking, they've been wanting us to think that none of the road notes are real except for the first two. But in this video, he says that the third note is connected to the first two positively.
Who claims he knows the identity and the location of Nancy Guthrie's kidnapper, and he has now upped his demand. We know it is the same person who wrote the other two notes because the Bitcoin address is identical. So he says that he is going through TMZ because he does not trust law enforcement. He's essentially saying, you don't trust me and I don't trust you. What he is suggesting is by the FBI upping the reward to $100,000.
All right, so there it is. What do you guys think about this new possible information? I mean, I don't know how to send. I'm hoping that a lot of sleuthers like know how to get a hold of. So I mean, I could, but I'm hoping, somebody will send that to him. Clip it. All you have to do is clip it on X. I can play it one more time. I'll play it one more time. If anyone wants to clip this and put it on X.
TMZ has obtained a third email from the man who claims he knows the identity and the location of Nancy Guthrie's kidnapper, and he has now upped his demand. We know it is the same person who wrote the other two notes because the Bitcoin address is identical. So he says that he is going through TMZ because he does not.
All right, there you guys go. Send that to Harvey. He's talking about the second set of notes, Damien. Now I'm getting confused. I don't know what you mean. This is the third ransom note that he got. We received our third. This is the title of this video. So they got two notes before this. This is the third. This video is from the 13th of February. I don't know. I don't know what you mean by second set of notes. This is the third note that they allegedly received. Oh, you don't have X. Well, I get it. I'm new to X too. Not talking about the first two ransom. It's from the guy that says he knows who the perp is. Well, I don't know. That's from the guy who says he knows who. Yeah, but I mean, it still should be considered real, right? If he knows who the perps are and he has the same Bitcoin address, or he knew. I mean, let me bring someone on the panel. Maybe I'm just not completely understanding, but there's the link. You don't have to show your face. You can just talk about it. Trying to figure this out. Pay the Bitcoin. So I don't know. Well, we'll figure it out. But it looks like she's saying it's not the actual kidnappers. It's the perp who knows the kidnapper. But what I'm trying to say is this 30 ransom note, he says right here.
Guthrie kidnapper, and he has now upped his demand. A third email from the man who claims he knows the identity and
a third email who claims to know the identity
the location of Nancy Guthrie's kidnapper, and he has now upped his demand. We know it is the same person who wrote the other two notes.
He just said, we know it's the same person that wrote the other two notes. There are two sets of notes. Huh. So these first three, because this was on February 13th. But he just said right there, we know it's from the same people. But one is from the kidnapper, others from a... So what I'm trying to ask, though, is this third one should be considered real, right? Or is this is not real? So is the third one, they got 3 from the guy that claims to know he's the same. Okay. Well, now I'm really confused because I'm going to listen to this one more time. And he says, we know it's from the same people.
Obtained a third email from the man who claims he knows the identity.
So this guy who sent the emails to claim he knows, this is his third email?
And the location of Nancy Guthrie's kidnapper, and he has now upped his demand. We know it is the same person who wrote the other two notes because the Bitcoin address is identical.
Okay, so I guess I get what you're saying. Yeah, I get what you're saying. So the tipster had his own set of emails, but okay, that makes sense. We got the note that said they want to tell the phone where the foot. I think this is the third one. Oh man, this is really confused. We really need we almost need a documentary to figure out all these little. Oh, thank you, Monica. There are 2 sets of notes, one from the kidnapper, one from the 2 separate bicker, and the tipster is saying he wasn't involved at all. Wow. Well, from what Harvey's saying, the first 2 from the actual kidnappers are real. That's what we can all agree on. That's what they're saying. Welcome in, Sandy. Susie. I've been wondering this all along. I believe he did post after this note that FBI didn't seem interested. Harvey said he was disappointed, but he truly believes they're real. And thank you again, Monica. Good to see you in the chat. And also, AJ Bow, thank you. AJ Bow 313015 says this is because the person who wrote the letter, he is reading letter 3. Wrote 2 letters to TMZ before saying they were not involved but know who did it. So letter 3 is actually the 5th ransom. Okay. That makes sense now. Now I get it. So what Harvey is saying, though, is that now none of these are real. Okay. Except for the first 2. I think I'm following it. Thank you again, AJ and Monica. Appreciate the support. Susan says, I wish someone else other than PCSD would do something for Nancy. This is turning into a circus. Has been. Pay the money. Maybe this would give answers. I know it's a long shot, but SG has the money. Now, here is the point I'm trying to make, though, is this might be bigger than just paying the money. Because as this is titled, To me, this is a national security threat, even though it's just in a lot of people's minds, just Nancy Guthrie, was kidnapped. And to me, this is a national security threat where someone can come into our country, kidnap a celebrity's family member. What if this was a higher politician? What if this was a bigger celebrity or a similar celebrity? What if this was a sleeper cell? We don't know, but for them to just not bring any sort of, updates as far as what kind of group did this, in their opinion, what should we be looking out for? So let's see who we got. Great comments tonight. Thank you guys for tuning in. We got some more videos to go over here. A new one from Boomer. Shout out to Boomer. But see, you remember Donald Trump, he was all about, hey, we're on this case. And now watch this. Donald Trump here, he's talking about whoever did this.
So President Trump weighing in on the Nancy Guthrie case.
Now, this was a long time ago, everybody. This video was 4 months ago. But what I'm trying to show you guys is how we have silence. Nobody in the press room is asking, remember when Trump, he said there's going to be solutions, somebody in the press corps needs to ask, was this possibly a terrorist operation? It could be.
Telling the New York Post he will instruct the Department of Justice to seek the death penalty on the potential captors if the 84-year-old grandmother is not returned safe and sound to her family. President Trump went on to tell the Post they will face, quote, the most severe federal consequences if Nancy is found dead.
All right, that was from the president. Almost 6 months later, and he hasn't updated anything.
Which we are a long way from that point, Paul. So just sort of picking up where we left off, a lot of digital threads to pull. And do you think that ultimately it will be digital evidence that will help break the case, or do you believe it will be genetic evidence that will do so?
Ooh,
or both?
tough call. I mean, one digital vector in this thing that we hadn't explored was if the purchase history that Walmart has, and the various Walmart stores have different metrics for how long they retain the video. So let's say it's outside the range of where they retain the video. Their video is going to be very much like the video that she had at her house, which is it's not actual video. It's.
All right, everybody, that's what I wanted to show you. Basically, the different messages from Trump. They were treating this like this was big stuff. And now you can't get anybody to make any comments. Is there any new measures that Pima County is putting in place to make sure that our community is safer? No. Everybody just moved on. You think Nanos or anybody in the city is worried about it? Nah. Oops. All right. Yes, Sandy says I agree. Wow. Or Peace says I agree. It's hush, hush. Hush, hush. Let's see. Oh, thank you. Reaching the goal. Thank you guys so much. Trump shouldn't. I didn't think so either. Julie says Trump shouldn't have. And I was like, wow. he must have been fired up to say something, because that was odd. I guess I gotta find Boomer. Where's Boomer? We're gonna watch a Boomer video. This one is actually about the note, so I haven't even watched it. Now this is the Boomer. About 2 weeks ago, he only had 526 followers and then subscribers, and then now, and we shared his channel, and a lot of people found it, and now he's got over 3,000. So this is we call Boomer the Rookie of the Year. Shout out to Boomer. Boomer investigates. There's the link. We're gonna go right to his new video.
Hey.
Let's get him some more views on this too. Go make a comment. I'm gonna hit the like. There's Boomer. He's an ex homicide detective, law enforcement, whole career. And this is where he talks about the notes, which ones are real. So this is really good because we were just talking amongst ourselves about which ones are real, which ones are fake. So here is Boomer investigates. I put the link.
Hey, this is old Boomer here today. Hope you're doing well today. I'm going to be talking about Nancy Guthrie again. A lot of things have been happening in the last week or so with Pima County Sheriff and the FBI and their disagreement on certain things. Anyway, what's going on? That's the deal. What's going on?
What's going on?
I mean, this case is a mess.
I love Boomer's awesome.
You know, this case is difficult enough without the investigative task force not being together. And I spoke about this before. They have to be together. They have to be a well-functioning team pulling in the same direction. They have to be on the same page. It sure sounds like to me they're not on the same page. You know, you can't have a successful investigation when the team's not together. Just like a football game, you know, the best football teams that win the biggest football games, they operate as a team, not as individuals, not as guys that are out there leaking information and stuff, and people that don't agree on this thing or that thing. You have to be together. Even the Guthrie family's not on the same page.
I sped it up a little bit, everybody, just a little bit.
You know, the sheriff isn't talking to him. I don't know if the FBI is talking to him, but this is not a pretty picture. That's all I got to say. And because they're not on the same page, the FBI, the sheriff's office, and the Guthrie family, that's a big mistake. That's a big negative for this case. I hate to say it. I hate to be a Debbie Downer, so to speak, but man, it's bad. Now, why can I say all that? Because I've run task force before. I have had 23 years of investigative experience besides the 30 years of law enforcement experience I had. And
Wow.
I had a number of major task forces that I run both in narcotics and in homicide, the last 10 years in homicide. And if you haven't been
Chris.
to this channel before, welcome. I'm here to give you straightforward analysis, not a bunch of, how should I say this? Not a bunch of innuendo or speculation. Now, sure, we all speculate a little bit, but I try to shy away from that and just give you what's really going on. And what's really been going on this last week between the FBI and the Pima County Sheriff is not good. Just like my thumbnail showed. I'll talk about that in a minute. So come on, FBI. Are these notes real or not real? You know, you guys are throwing so much confusion out there amongst everyone. I'm sure the Guthrie family is really just questioning what the heck is going on. One day we get a report from Reuters that says that all of the FBI thinks that the notes are no good. They're all fake. Well, that completely threw everything upside down. And then 24 hours later, come back and retract it. Unbelievable. Just absolutely unbelievable from the supposed most advanced, best law enforcement agency in the country. Come on. This is not a good show, guys. I'm telling you. And I hate to be critical because you're all my brothers, you know, but man, somebody who's in charge? Well, we know nobody's in charge. That's the truth. Nobody's in charge. FBI wants to say the sheriff's office is in charge. Sheriff's office wants to say the FBI is in charge. Well, who's really in charge? Who's releasing this information? Somebody needs to be in trouble. That's all I got to say. Anybody that speaks out without authorization like that, I said it in an earlier, just a video a few days ago or a week ago or something like that, that whoever leaked this information, they need some severe discipline, punishment, or even fired. I mean, that's serious stuff on one of the most serious cases in the country in a long time. And we're playing these games. How can that be? You know, in one of my earlier videos, I talked about task force and what you got to do. You cannot have someone on your task force that's not 100% in on it. You can't have this stuff going on, this inner bickering and fighting and yeah, you have disagreements during meetings and we go over stuff and everything else, but we're all on the same team and we're not going to do anything to damage what we got going on here. And for somebody to do that, it's incredible to me. It doesn't sound like that y'all have anybody, a target in mind. I hope you do. I don't know which one of you, either the FBI or the sheriff's office. You know, the public sure doesn't know. Everybody thinks the FBI is in charge, but I don't think the FBI is in charge. And now they're making sure that nobody thinks they're in charge. Oh my goodness. All right. So are the notes real or not real? You know, I think what's going on, there's an inner fight going on in the FBI from the Phoenix office, who's quote in charge of their part of this task force, and Quantico, behavioral.
Wow, he just said that he thinks that there's some internal fighting going on.
Analysis unit there. I think most of the behavioral analysis people, I'm just speculating here, sorry now, believe most of those guys believe that this is not a real ransom situation. But we're stuck with that now because that's how it came out to begin with. So I think that's what's causing all that. And then supposedly this release or leak that Reuters got, they were the reporters that got it apparently were from Washington, D.C. So they're out of the Washington office of Reuters. I don't know. How do we know who it was? But,
and I guess the Reuters ones were not as accurate. We don't know if that Reuters article was even, maybe those sources were not the best.
If it came from the main office, why is the main office doing that? And I don't believe it was an official leak. Sometimes they might officially leak something, strategically release something. Is this a strategic release, or is this some kind of a haphazard release? I hope it's not a haphazard release, but it looks like it's an intentional release for a purpose. And then Brian Enton got into a discussion with the attorney, Mark Garagos, who thinks he has the inside information on this, that was a release from somebody that's in the task force, probably from the Phoenix office, who messed up when they were dealing with the Bitcoin wallet. They were trying to figure out where it was and, trying to track it, and they messed something up. And so his thought is, now let's take this with a gigantic grain of coarse salt, okay? Because we're talking about a defense attorney. Now, he thinks he's got all this inside information. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. Okay.
Now, here is the thing, as much as, getting out there and taking flyers, like, I don't know if you guys seen the video I did about how dangerous it is here in Tucson. So, like, as much as AJ, he's putting his I mean, there is some very dangerous people on these streets. And I know I just pray, I know he has some bear spray and that kind of stuff, but everybody out on those streets has a weapon of some sort. And as much as going flyers and putting them in certain places to the public, if you're going and trying to go to where the homeless are and the people that are doing the drugs. Be careful. It's, yeah.
Okay, that it came from there.
Because where he was at it by that park, that place is bad, but there's places that are 10 times worse.
Because they messed up something. And the person who messed it up, just trying to cover their tracks.
Exactly.
And it didn't work. So I don't know what it is, but the FBI, they got to get on the same page. That's the FBI. Now, the truth is the FBI and the sheriff's office need to be on the same page, and they're not at all on the same page. How in the heck is this case going to ever get solved when your task force is not on the same page?
And that's what I was saying. We had our hopes up that we were going to get Nanos out of here. And here we are. We're at 6 months. Nanos still has his job. If Nanos left, the morale for that whole department would change. The investigators would probably be a little more open. The new sheriff would probably be a lot better. Actually, we know. But here we are. We're stuck with a alleged corrupt system. Mark Kelly, he's going over with donuts for the sheriff. I mean, what kind of crap is this?
They're pulling in opposite directions. Can't happen. You can't have a successful task force pulling in opposite directions. And like I was going to say earlier in my earlier video on task force, I said you got to, if you got people that are really against what you're doing, you need to move them on. Just move them on. Send them somewhere else, because you can't have this going on. Now, strategic release of information to try and shake the trees or do something like that, that'd all be fine, but I don't think anybody's going to believe anybody now. I don't know that any information that comes out. But if you're managing to get the suspect shook up, good. Whether it's on purpose or by accident, that's good. But I don't know how it's going to help you unless you got eyes on them, unless you're watching them one way or the other, either electronically or actual surveillance of some type. That's the only way you're going to know did it matter. I know one thing: the FBI needs to straighten this rift out that's going on internally over these notes. That needs to be done right away. And I guess it's been done by now. It should have been done by now. We know there's a rift between the sheriff's office and the FBI. I don't know that Sheriff Nanos would even take a call from Director Patel. But this is very bad for the investigation. The FBI had to put out a release that said that they're still in this thing. The case, this is what they said: the case continues to be investigated as a kidnapping for a ransom case. I guess they had to make that clear because the other information said it wasn't. They said also the other demands may be potentially legitimate, and we're still investigating them as such. I'm going to read you the FBI's release. Now I'm going to read you the sheriff's office release, and you can figure out the difference here. The FBI and its task force partners have received several ransom notes over the course of the investigation. Some have been deemed to be extortion attempts without legitimacy. Other ransom demands may potentially be legitimate and are still being investigated as such. This case continues to be investigated as kidnapping for ransom. The FBI will continue to offer its assistance possible in the investigation. However, local authorities remain in the lead. Now, they made that clear. Local authorities remain in the lead. Okay? Well, they are. They have to be. FBI can't. They technically they could, but they're not going to come in and take this over.
And why not? If this is a national security threat, which in my opinion, this is a national security threat. Could this have been a sleeper cell wanting to get back? It could be a domestic terrorist.
As much as people would like to. I'm sorry, I don't have the same degree of confidence that the FBI can do this homicide investigation. But I don't have a degree of confidence that Pima County Sheriffs can either, because they got rid of all their experienced homicide people, and put it on some guys with not near as much experience. And when we talk about experience in Pima County, they don't do very many homicide investigations. And I guarantee you, I don't guarantee anything, but I would be willing to bet, suspect, however you want to put it, that the FBI office there in Phoenix and others that they sent her, FBI doesn't do homicide investigations. Local police and sheriff do homicide.
All right, well, that's a good point. So the sheriffs do the homicides investigation, and the FBI does cases like this, ransoms, things like that. Now, Domsey, welcome in. Hope you're enjoying your days off. I know you had some time off, but what I want to talk about here is what she says right here. I think it was an essay by a local worker. Others are going back to the family. Now, right when this case first broke, there was a very well-known, let's just say well-known, private detective. I was going to say FBI, but he's a private detective, but he also worked in LA. And that was his first thing. He said it was a psychopath essay. And it really does make sense in the sense that thank you, Kathleen, even though we think there was multiple people, if we stuck to the facts, we only have a video of one person. We don't have multiple people. So if we were going based on only what we have, this is only a one-person job. We're assuming that there's multiple people, but all we have based on in our box of clues is one person. I know everybody thinks there's multiple people, but we only have one person on camera. So everything beyond that one person that we see, the porch guy, we're just making assumptions. So if you go on the theory that there's only one person, what Domsey is saying could be correct. Give me your thoughts in the chat.
Homicide investigations. And Pima County hadn't had very many murder investigations in the last years. So what kind of experience did even the experienced guys have? Think about it. If experience is the big thing, neither one of them have a lot of experience. Sure, the FBI, they got a lot of tools. They got a lot of things. And of course, the DNA stuff and all, which should have been allowed them to do it all the way from the beginning, in my opinion. Okay. And they got a lot of other tools and things that they can do to find information and stuff electronically and all that. Okay. But pure homicide investigation, gumshoe work, I don't think either one of them are very experienced. That's a sad fact. People might not want to hear that, but that's a sad fact. And people keep, yelling about the fact that Pima County doesn't have any experience. Well, a guy can only have so much experience anyway, especially when they only have, I don't know. I haven't looked at the stats, but I heard the stats earlier. I don't even think they had a homicide up this year up until this one here. And this wasn't a homicide to begin with, but I'm sure it is now. So, to complain about, the new guy or the lead guy only, not having much experience, what do you expect? The main thing I want you to remember from the FBI's press release is, however, local authorities remain in the lead. So all you people that think that you need to have the FBI take over, they're not about to. No way. Here's what I think's going on. Director Patel is washing his hands of the case, or at least he wishes he could wash his hands of the case. He probably cannot, because probably the president will tell him not to. But like I said in a video way back, I don't know how many videos it was, but that the FBI was going to probably wish they weren't involved in this case. I can see it coming. And I think that's where they are now. I think the sheriff's there too. He wishes he wasn't involved in this case. Let me show you what the sheriff had to say. Now, the sheriff's press release right after this, they're having dueling press releases here. This is how much they're on the same page. Throughout this investigation, the Pima County Sheriff's Department has received information regarding potential ransom notes related to the kidnapping of Nancy Guthrie. Every tip and lead is taken seriously and forwarded directly to our detectives who continue to work in coordination with the FBI. Get this next sentence. Any questions regarding alleged ransom notes should be directed to the FBI, not the lead team of the Sheriff's Department. We appreciate the public's continued cooperation and the information provided throughout the investigation. Anyone with information that may assist investigators is encouraged to contact, get this, the FBI, 1-800-CALL-FBI, or submit an anonymous tip to 88-crime. So they're not even, this is from the sheriff's office. They're not even directing them to call the sheriff's office. The sheriff.
Wow. So the sheriff is just telling people, call the FBI, call the FBI, call the, now a lot of people are saying Nancy Woodrow, and here's another case. And I saw a comment come in. It was the painter. Susan said it was the painter, she believes. Now here, I'm going to take a little pause real quick from Boomer, because I want to let you guys know that most of these cases that are elderly, it's somebody who was working at the house. Now just look at this cute old lady, sweet old lady. And then there's another one, Hetty Braun. It was also another worker. But watch this. We're going to go back to Boomer right now, but I want to just watch this because this really puts things in perspective, everybody. It really does. I got to sharpen the phone. So this is from Inside Edition. We're going to get back to Boomer too here. Watch this. This is heartbreaking to watch.
This elderly woman knows firsthand the utter terror of being kidnapped. Delia Rawlick says a man burst into her home and duct taped her.
And he walks in and he starts taping me. Now, wait a minute, you don't tape me.
She shows us how she fought back.
I lay down on the floor and the guy came over me and I kicked him. And he fell over and I kicked him again. Kicked him again.
Then he
See, that's what you know that Nancy fought.
dragged her outside, demanding money from her ATM.
He opens up the car door, the trunk, and it's opened up. And I said, I'm not going in the trunk. No way am I going in the trunk.
This blurry image shows Delia gagged and taped up. By some miracle, just as she was about to be driven away, her daughter drove up and scared off her kidnapper. So who did it turn out to be? Her roofer. Why did
Her roofer.
he choose you?
Because I was single and I was alone in the house.
And what Nancy? She was single. She was alone in the house.
Roofer Jason Kester was sentenced to 13 years in prison. Another elderly kidnapping victim is Hetty Braun. The 88-year-old was taken from her Wisconsin home in the middle of the night in 2003. Her abductor sent a ransom note demanding $3 million. I spoke to Detective Michael Banashinsky, who worked the investigation.
The case that you were working on, eerily similar to Nancy Guthrie's.
There was a lot of similarities between the Hetty Braun kidnapping and the Guthrie kidnapping, especially the age.
4 days after she was taken, Detective Banashinsky found the grandmother chained in this trailer in sub-zero temperatures.
It was deplorable.
Hetty was treated for frostbite at the hospital. Her abductor turned out to be her handyman.
She talked to you at all? And she did say something to me, like, what did I do to deserve this?
Renee Ravenstein was sentenced to 40 years in prison.
It must be very hard to watch this story about Nancy Guthrie for you.
Oh, definitely. She's being kidnapped the same as I was, and I'm shaking like a leaf.
Oh, if that doesn't break your heart. Yeah. All right, we're going to get back to Boomer, but I wanted to just show that real quick because you guys were talking about, a lot of times it's the like somebody working on the house kind of deal. So back to Boomer. And I'll put the link to that video if you guys want to watch that again. Here's the link. It's from Inside Edition. Yeah, exactly. All right, back to Boomer. Boomer investigates.
Is wanting to wash his hands of this thing too. You know what? I think they've lost confidence that they can close this case, and neither agency wants it anymore because they don't want to be responsible for when it all goes downhill. Now, I'm gonna tell you where it's going to go downhill, even if they make an arrest. It's at trial. You know, that report I referenced earlier by Brian Enton, where he spoke with Garagos. That'd be worth going and watching. You know, it's a pretty good interview. There's another one he does with a former FBI agent too, named Steve Moore, and that's a really good one in which Steve goes into a long explanation on how this inner working of the FBI works, and he's really pretty knowledgeable about this. And you know, he was a street FBI agent. He wasn't an administrator. He didn't go. You know, he was a real deal type of FBI agent. So he knows how this stuff goes, and he explained how it can happen and what happens between the field guys and the administrators, the field guys in the field and the guys in Washington at the home office, and how the home office can interfere because they don't have a clue what's going on, but they'll interfere. So maybe that's some of what's going on. That'd be worth a watch. I think I mentioned it earlier, but one of Brian Endon's interviews was with this Mark Garagos. Okay, that'd be worth watching too, if I didn't already say that. But like I said, I think I said this earlier, with a big grain of salt, some coarse salt, because you know, how much can you trust a defense attorney? I guess why this bothers me so is, you know, in my former career, you know, I wrote up a training manual for a task force. I actually trained at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, had a huge training thing there with officers from all over Florida came. And I went through the proper way to run a task force and, you know, had a manual for it and everything else. And the FDLE adopted a whole lot of things I had in my manual. All I know is this is the worst run task force I've ever seen. It's a disgrace. Sorry, but that's the case. And you know where it's going to come out? It's going to come out in the prosecution. If you ever get to prosecute this case, you're going to find out it's going to be almost impossible to prosecute. There's so many problems right from the get-go, from when they arrived on the scene, and we all know how that was all messed up. And guess what? It's like a row of dominoes that have fallen. It's been messed up ever since.
You tell them,
I think
Boomer.
almost the last domino has fallen. I think
Boomer.
both agencies, both leaders, you know, it's the sheriff's office fault. I'm sorry. Yes, the sheriff's office fault. But I think now both of them want to shed this thing. It might even be the sheriff don't want to solve it anymore, because if he goes to court, he's going to look a fool.
Oh.
Not only that, his whole investigation is going to look a fool. And when they can't get a successful prosecution, the whole thing's going to look bad for everybody. I mean, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be so critical, and I really don't want to be. I want them to be successful. I hope they are. I hope they can find somebody, and I hope all these problems I'm saying don't come true. Really.
That's it. Boomer, you are telling it like it is. Do not feel bad. Do not say sorry. We support you, Boomer. Putting it down with the mic drop. Boomer. Amazing. I'm here, everyone. I'm trying to find this video right now. I found it. Now, this is a new video you guys are going to be really happy to see. I don't know how much we're going to get into it, but it is juicy. We got a new video now. The reason you guys are going to love this is because do you remember? You'll remember. Let me put his face on the screen. This just came out today, so no one has ever seen this video except for 4,623 people. It's a new channel that I just found called Cold Red Podcast. But do you see who that is right there, everybody? And this guy, both of them. I don't know James, but this guy is the most prolific FBI profiler in America. Give me a thumbs up if you know who Jim Clemente is. Exactly. So this just came out today. Here's the link to the channel. Go sub them up. Here's the channel. If you just want to watch it without me, I don't blame you. But if you want to hang out and watch it with us, we're going to watch a little bit of the beginning. And then you can go over and watch the rest. But if you watch, I mean, I go, look, Jim Clemente, I was just talking about him. Because he's the guy who thinks it's a one person. So I'm interested to see what he says. So let's get going on this.
Welcome back to another episode of Cold Red. I'm Ray Carr, and with me always is James R. Fitzgerald, also known as Fitz. Fitz, how are you?
I am great, and without further ado, I'm going to tell everyone we have a crossover episode tonight with Best Case, Worst Case, and I'm going to turn it right over to Jim Clemente to say hi to his folks.
How you doing, everybody? It's good to see you, James and Ray, or Fitz. We'll call you Fitz because that's how we distinguish the Jims here. But yeah, Jim Clemente, retired FBI profiler and former New York City prosecutor, and co-host of the podcast Best Case, Worst Case, and the podcast Real Crime Profile. And we're going to be doing a very special crossover episode with Fitz and Ray because we want to talk about a case that has been, well, in the news, and it's very confounding, I would say. I've heard a lot of things, and some of them are contradictory and so forth. So it's great to talk to other experts about this very, very sad and important case.
And you're not talking about the reflecting pond in Washington, D.C., I don't think.
I'm not talking about that, no.
We are going to start with talking about Nancy Guthrie on today's episodes plural, I suppose we could say. And then about halfway through, we're going to switch over to the case where Ray and I have spent a lot of time this season and last, and that is the case of the homicide of Lindsay Buziak from 2008 in British Columbia, Canada. And here it turns out that Jim Clemente played a role of some sort in about 2020, and we'll go over some of the interaction he had with Mr. Buziak as well as perhaps the Saanich PD, but we'll get more into that as we go along. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this sort of bifurcated episode with two very important cases, one about 5 months old, the other one over 18 years old, but we're going to try to do our best to maybe resolve them. And quite frankly, Jim, this is like the old days in Quantico. You and I, of course, were assigned there as profilers full time, and Ray would have.
Wow, so these are ex-profilers, everybody. Exclusive podcast they're doing together. And we're doing a live reaction right now. So thank you guys for tuning in. We are just getting started. If you have any questions or anyone asks questions in the chat, feel free to, help each other out. But this is just starting, and it's not this whole thing, but we're going to watch about 10 or 15 minutes. I'll put the link so you can go give them a follow.
Brought a case to us from somewhere in the Philly division. And, we'd be prepping in advance, of course. Ray comes in with detectives, state police, whomever, or other agents, and we all meet up and we do a consultation. So it's only the three of us today, but in a way, it'll sort of mirror those days way back when we were both in the unit together.
Yeah.
And I should say, too, I miss both Maureen and Kathy tonight. Yeah, I know they're your regular co-hosts.
They both have sent their regrets, but they were both involved in other family issues today that they couldn't tear themselves away from. But they wanted us to keep going and talk about this case because it has been churning in the news recently.
Ray, why don't you throw out some observations, questions, however you want to do it.
Well, let's just start from this perspective. From a behavioral investigative perspective, there are several aspects of this case, especially the content of the ransom notes, that stand out. And I know they stand out to all of us. Assuming the notes are authentic and connected to Nancy's disappearance. And that seems to be the big elephant in the room here, because no one's really said, other than TMZ, who believes that everything is authentic. But there's a lot of really important indicators about offender motivation, sophistication control, and the psychological state. Like, for instance, the initial ransom note, it demands $4 million in Bitcoin. And it claimed that Nancy was safe but scared. Now, we know that not to be really true, because less than 7 days later, they get another note that says she's buried in the woods, as most people would say, but they say she's buried in nature. What's your take on someone that comes up with that kind of cliche, poetic euphemism, as you might call it?
Let me just start with that and say, sure. I don't like the word notes. I like the word communications. And I know we did this before, not correcting anyone here. We don't know exactly how they came in, maybe emails, maybe postings of some sort. So I learned long ago, working forensic linguistic cases, just call them communications. That could be spoken language,
words
written.
Matter.
Words do matter, spoken or written, Jim, and how they are transmitted matters. So, the Ramsey case had a note, and we knew that never was a kidnapping. That whole note thing was bogus, but that was a literal note or letter, call it what you will. The Lindbergh kidnapping had notes. There were other ones. The very few for ransom kidnappings that ever occurred in the U.S., there were usually notes of some sort. Here, it's all cyber communications, though, and I just want to make sure we're clear there. And in terms of, was this truly a kidnapping for profit, or were these opportunists who just, from whatever country base they're in or part of the U.S., they said, hey, we have the cyber account already set up. Let's try to get some money out of this whole Guthrie thing. Jim, why don't you take it from there and just throw in your observations?
Well, Ray, I would like to ask you why you said that, because we know that's false, because a week later there was a follow-up note that said she was dead. Why is it? Do you think that she was not alive on that first day?
I would like to think that she was alive, but all indications, and to be very honest, I always hold out hope, because there's no evidence that says that she is deceased. There isn't anything out there.
Yeah, but there was evidence at the scene that she was alive, and that was aspirated blood that she coughed up right outside the house. So she was definitely alive at the time that she was abducted. Although she was on medications and she probably couldn't survive long without them, or it could have seriously increased the risk of her death not having them. I don't know of any evidence that she was deceased immediately, but I do know that from what I know of these notes, these two notes that Savannah Guthrie has said that she believes were real and truthful, was that the first one was received days after the abduction, and they were sent to media outlets. And that is, as far as I know, a real anomaly in an abduction case, in a kidnapping case, because generally kidnappers want to avoid law enforcement involvement. And of course, if you give it to the media, it's immediately going to be known to law enforcement. So that is a counterproductive move, but it may tell us more about what, if they're legitimate, what this offender actually wanted. And I believe that was attention. They sent the communications to the media because they wanted the media's attention, the world's attention, and perhaps Savannah Guthrie's attention. And that, to me, could mean that this is somebody who was fixated on her or had some revenge motive.
And that's where it is. I think Jim Clemente is still on the single person, one person. He believes he just said it. He believes that Nancy was still alive when she left.
For her. And this was the way they got her attention. This is actually what they got. They got no money. They got her to go on media and, public media and news media and actually talk to them. So that may be what their main goal was out of all this.
I have to kind of agree with you there. I don't think money was ever really in the play here. I think it was more for attention. It was more for exactly what you're saying, Jim. I really agree with that.
Ray, our first media hit on this case, I think we did together on News Nation, I believe. And the first thing I remember saying, and I forget who they came to first, and this was like the night. This is like Monday night, I think. Afterwards, and I said, all I know, all I'm going to offer here so far is that this is either a kidnapping for profit or an abduction for some other reason. And kidnapping for profits are very rare. I've already been through that. And the abduction, what? And I was asked, whoever, I think Elizabeth Vargas, well, what would they be doing that for? I said, some kind of revenge, some kind of need-driven behavior. And this is some reason of getting back to the family, getting back to Savannah in a way that, of course, is almost the worst way possible. They couldn't get to Savannah themselves. I'm using they. It doesn't mean I necessarily think it's more than one person. It's rare for these types of people to operate in teams. They do happen occasionally when you have this sort of need-driven behavior situation, and this perhaps, these psychological issues that are compelling you to make this master plan that probably went on, for months in advance. So but there's definitely an alpha male who's in charge here, whether they have an assistant or not. Hopefully someday we'll find that out. And but this is something about where Savannah didn't do the right thing, and this is his way of getting back at her. Couldn't get to her, couldn't get to her kids. He sees her mother on TV all the time, knows where she lives, had access to it, no doubt surveilled it, pre-offense behavior, days, weeks, months before. And when it all came down to it, the abduction itself was successful. What happened afterwards, whatever their plan was, her dying, if there ever was an attempt for money, which I agree with, I think everyone here, there wasn't, it takes away from that. So who knows if they wanted her to die right away, if they killed her right away. Obviously, she was bleeding for a reason. Punch in the mouth, in the nose, bloody nose, whatever. And that only exacerbated, most likely at this point, her death, days or even hours after that. So I think it sounds like we're in agreement. This is an abduction more than a kidnapping. The exact motive, we don't know yet, but it seems like it's personal to this offender.
All right, there we go, everybody. That's their initial, where they're at.
Yeah, I agree with that, Jim. And I think that we have very little direct knowledge of what's in those notes and or communications and what other evidence was found at the scene. I mean, it's difficult being sort of so much in the dark. We're used to being right in the mix and knowing all the information. Ray, you said something that I didn't know that you just said about the being. Did you say buried in nature? Is that
buried in nature? Yeah.
And where's that quote from?
That was from the note that the Bureau made public that came in about 6 days to 7 days after she was abducted, that we never knew about her. It was always there. We just never knew the content, and they released the content.
When did they release that content?
Back when 2 weeks ago, back when this came back in the news.
Yeah.
That's why I want to throw this out to you guys. There's this new communication that came into TMZ where there's messages in there, and it says, hey, look, I have a video of Nancy with the main guy the day she allegedly died. And I can identify some information about the suspect. And really, I have evidence that there's more than one offender involved. And all I want is one Bitcoin, which is about $62,000.
It makes absolutely no sense. I think that just totally undermines the actual, that it undermines any credibility of that note. Because why, if you had that information, would you not take the $1 million that's been offered by the family as opposed to $62,000? It makes absolutely no sense. I don't put any credibility on that. But you're saying that when it leaked, that the FBI has determined that the two notes that Savannah Guthrie said were legitimate, that they are not legitimate. You're saying at that point that the FBI actually released one of the notes?
I don't think they released the whole note, Jim. And what I'm getting is basically what's out there in the media is the fact that they released information that was in one of the notes. Jim?
Some quotes. And actually, it was buried with nature, was the quote.
Buried with nature.
Yes, which
buried
is
in nature,
odd phraseology. Because as I said, I guess last week and on other podcasts, when you think about it, we're all buried with nature at some point. We can be thrown in a pond or a lake. That's nature. We can be chopped up and put in holes. Animals eating us. That's buried with nature. So that person saying that it has no meaning. It has maybe a graphic meaning, but it doesn't necessarily mean anything.
Nature.
That conjunction is even. Preposition is interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not with is a very unusual.
It is.
I mean, certainly not a typical English usage of the term.
But see, it's out of context, and that's what, as a linguist, it's very frustrating to only have a quote, and you're hoping. And do you remember I brought this up a couple of weeks ago, the DC sniper case? Remember the tarot card?
Sure.
We had it. We did an analysis of it, and we know it said, call me God on the front of the card, but it
Mhm.
somehow leaked and went out, I am God.
Right.
And it sounds nuanced, but they are completely different meanings.
Right. Well, that's why I asked what the source of this was. The FBI. Are you saying the FBI actually released portions of the note?
That's
'Cause
what's
I
being
didn't see
claimed.
any.
That's what's being claimed
All right, but claimed by who?
by the media. That's
Yeah,
what.
but then if they actually
correct.
released it, we would have seen that. We would have been able to. Now they may be saying that somebody in the FBI.
Jim is fired up. I have never seen him this fired up. Normally he's very he's on his own show, so I like this. I mean, he's fired up.
I told them their sources, their confidential
Correct.
sources, but just like the determination that was leaked in Reuters that the FBI believes those communications to be false and not related to the case, that was just a leak. That's not confirmed by the FBI. And I don't believe it. I don't believe that they have made such a determination without notifying the family. I mean, why would Samantha get on national news and say that I believe these two communications are true, and then the FBI doesn't step in and say, well, wait a minute, we don't agree with that. It just doesn't make sense to me that the victim's family would not know before somebody leaked out this information.
All right, but I said all along, this is so difficult dealing with leaks that are, and Jim and you and I had people never comment on this. If we were working next to someone at the FBI who was leaking, I'm not sure I would call his supervisor, but I would probably grab the phone and wrap it around his neck. I don't like
confront
leakers.
him. Right.
I don't like
Yeah.
leakers. I would say you don't do this shit. This is
Right.
the FBI. You don't do. And I know when the media talks about them and they're like good guys or good agents, whatever. To me, they're bad guys. I don't care if it's even an innocent leak. You don't do that. And of course, many times they don't even have the real information and they
Right.
get it wrong, like the DC sniper case we talked about. So I think this though was I forget his name, Harvey from TMZ.
Yeah.
He's the one finally reading some of the letters that some of the communications that TMZ received way back in February. And he's the one reading from a script in front of him saying buried with nature. And the next comment was, she's not with us anymore, was not intentional. So all that I was asked to do, and Ray, and I think others out there, comment on what Harvey, was it Levine, whatever, from TMZ, what he was saying. And all right, well, he's saying he received this communication from someone and turned it over to the FBI. And now months later, he's releasing this. All right, we'll just work off of that. But I said all along, we don't know its value, its meaning. We'll give you some comments. It's odd, but without more context, it's virtually meaningless to us and this whole investigation. And I'll leave it with this for now, Jim. Like with Unabomb, publish these friggin' letters. Let's see if someone identifies spellings, writing style, whatever it is, and maybe they're fake.
That's exactly what I was saying last week is why not just release? Oh, thank you so much, Faithful. Oh, thank you. Man, I love your songs, man. Keep those songs going. Great songs. If you guys get over, we'll play a song here in a minute. And that circus video was amazing. Oh, man. Thank you so much, Kathleen, too. Hard to not get fired up, so messed up. Stay with it, 857. Thank you, Kathleen. Thank you so much. Always supporting. I appreciate it. Subbed up art. Good. Yeah, faithful servant too. Get a sub up to his channel. So let's get back to this. Pretty cool. I just found this right before I was gonna start, so I'm glad we're able to do a live reaction.
We can identify the fake people. If they happen to be real from the actual kidnapper, well, that's even better. And let's get these things out there.
Right, but Jim Fitz, wouldn't you say that those two statements, buried with nature, and what was the other one you said?
Her death was
that she's no longer with us.
Was not intentional.
Was not
Right,
intentional.
but
Was not- her death
she
was not
is no longer with us, and that was not intentional.
Basically, yeah.
I mean, you're a master forensic linguistic profiler. Does that tell you anything about the gender of the writer of that note?
Yeah, and I'm always careful with that, Jim. And you and I did the Ramsey note together. I was careful with that too. I said it's very motherly, if you remember me saying.
Yes, I do.
On the TV show. But I didn't say necessarily male or female. And with basically these 10 words, I'm just not equipped, or certainly don't have. I just wouldn't want to go out on the limb and say gender with these particular words. I know you're saying they're kind of soft and caring and maybe borderline empathetic, or
Right.
sympathetic to some degree. And could that lead to a female author of this particular communication? I wouldn't rule that out, but as a forensic linguist, I'd be highly criticized if I said, these 10 words means it's a woman
Sure,
author.
right. I get that, but what I'm saying is it's extremely atypical, right? You've seen many actual kidnapping notes, ransom notes.
Not
right?
really. There aren't that many out there, Jim.
Yeah, but how many did you have in ZTAD?
Actual for-profit kidnappings, Lindbergh, Frank Sinatra Jr., the Exxon executive in 92. Remember the other Harvey Weinstein, the tuxedo guy in New York City in 93? That's basically it. Now there's custodial letters or things like that, and human trafficking, but they wouldn't be writing letters or communications back and forth. But no, I mean, best we can go on is Bruno Hauptmann. He had like 13 letters he wrote, to the Lindbergh family. So that's the problem with this case. And I'm the first one to admit it. No one is an expert on an actual for-profit kidnappings, at least in the U.S. They happen in Central America, South America, and other parts of the world all the time, but not here. And so
related,
athletes that make money here, their families get kidnapped and extorted over there, whatever. So there is so little of this. That's why the Ramsey case, when we first got that letter, you and I were sitting in the room together saying, "Jim, this is BS.
This is
we don't have to get into what actually we think happened, but just the letter itself. There's no reason that this letter would be left behind. Although, as I've said, if this was a real kidnapping, I'm back to Nancy Guthrie. If the people were smart, they would have left a communication of some sort there. They could have written on a napkin, on a leaf, anything like that to protect themselves with gloves, with a pen that couldn't be identified or whatever, but they didn't. And that's why would you kidnap someone for profit and make the investigators, number one, the family, number two, you can reverse the order maybe, but why would you make them guess whether you're real or not? Have proof of life from the very beginning. A note inside the door would certainly be.
Yeah, I haven't heard that either.
And then a day or two later, a piece of her cloth, a piece of her hair, hopefully nothing more drastic than that. And, an old-fashioned Polaroid snapshot, whatever, that she's still holding up a newspaper, that she's still alive. Why make this guessing game and make it almost like a Dungeons and Dragons scenario? Oh, well, we think we saw a Fitbit on the floor, of her bedroom when her bedroom's been on TV, her giving tours of it. So there are just so many arguments against this being an actual kidnapping and these communications being legit, that I really didn't put a whole lot of time into it, with the people saying, publish the whole thing. Let me see it. Let everyone else see it. And I hope the Bureau has an experienced forensic linguist looking at these. And I've said that a few times.
Let's hope so. Yeah. But Jim, it's interesting though that, and I know you're making the distinction, and hopefully our listeners understand the difference between an abduction. This is clearly an abduction. This is not something like where somebody feigns an abduction, but the victim is still in the house, for example. This is an actual abduction. But what makes it a kidnapping is if somebody is demanding a ransom, and that's the distinguishing factor. And here, the ransom demand did not come immediately. It did not go to the family. It was not left at the site of the abduction, and it was sent to the media. And all those things distinguish this case from the ones that were actually real. And so, in our minds, it doesn't appear to be an actual kidnapping for ransom with a profit motive. And so, and as we have discussed before, there are other motives that could be potentially possible. And one is revenge. One is some kind of fixation on Samantha or Nancy. And another is some kind of personal cause that is just not obvious to anybody outside of that circle. So there are a number of things it could be. And all of those things would be, knowing which one of those things it was, would be very helpful in terms of resolving this case.
Wow.
So, like you said,
Did
if they
not know
publish
that.
these letters, and I don't know why it's important that they keep them private. If they're trying to actually use the public, I don't see any reason why they can't publish the entire letters unless they're.
That's what I've been asking. If you go to my ex, I posted, Harvey, release the dang letters.
There's some kind of really horrific details in there that they'd want to protect, the family's privacy about.
Ray, I'm going to turn it over to you, but just the 6-month anniversary is coming up. It will be nice on August 1st, 6 month, an awful anniversary of the day Nancy was abducted. And it'd be nice if maybe they put this package together. And as we all know here, you can leave certain statements out or signatures or something at the very bottom that only the law enforcement and the author knows. So that way any copycats that come in or attempt to come in, you would know there's differences. But Ray, do you want to kind of wind this part down? Are there any other questions or observations?
You hit on something that I'm going to mention, but I think that the abduction itself, I thought was somewhat organized. But I think the communications, if they were sent by the same individuals, were very disorganized. And you said something too, Jim, that led me to believe, we're talking about all these older abductions and kidnappings and the notes that are for ransom, and that's the way things used to be done. But with the outset of these video games and these other things, sometimes I wonder if this was kind of set up by the offender or offenders as somewhat of a game. How much can we get away with?
I've been there too.
I did notice a whole lot of sophistication and I don't know if you guys did either with the individual that had went up to the blink camera or the ring camera. I didn't see a whole lot of sophistication with that individual.
No.
It's just go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, I think you're right in terms of organization, in terms of planning. I think there was a lot of planning done, but this person was not an experienced abductor. This person clearly showed his inexperience and his lack of real forensic and criminal sophistication, especially given the fact that there's a camera there and he reaches for weeds and tries to cover it up. And in the process, I really believe he exposes what looks like a tattoo on his right wrist, I believe it was. And all of those things are damning in terms of his actual abilities to pull this off. But why hasn't he been caught yet? What is it about this case that makes it so difficult? I have to say that I think it's because the motive for this thing was very different than what they treated it like. And I also have to worry because I've seen the blood spatter evidence outside the house unprotected, that they didn't do a good job forensically in the house. And I think it's almost a guarantee that this offender left his DNA in that house in multiple ways. Hairs from his face, his eyelashes, his mustache. He's breathing out through this mask. He's not wearing a surgical mask that would have caught most of that DNA, but he's breathing it into the house up to 42 minutes long. He left his DNA in that house, and a good forensic analysis and search should have found that. So I just hope that there is a sample that was collected or multiple samples that were collected that will lead to this guy in forensic genetic genealogy or some other way.
And we're not going to bash these guys, but I'm going to tell you that I believe that the delay in bringing the Bureau in really, really affected how this case went. And when you even look at the fact of the forensics and the tainting of the evidence as it was stomped on and gone through by multiple people, closed, reopened, I think that's a lot of problems. What concerns me the most is that when this individual is caught, is that any evidence that is there, is it going to be able to be applied to the individuals that were arrested for this horrendous crime?
Yeah, and I think the person may have learned too from the Oregon killer, leave all electronic communication devices behind, or in a lead envelope or something, and because they seem to have no luck doing that kind of triangulation on cell lines, cell towers, whatever. So so this person had a bit as sloppy, and I agree. This looked like a Keystone, not cop, a Keystone kidnapper on the front porch. But he at least seemingly had common sense enough to not have a cell phone with them or any other kind of a tracking device in that regard. I think even modern cars they all have computers in them. They can be tracked for speed limits and things like that. So I'm not sure if he somehow disabled that or had a car, older than 1980, which would stick out like a sore thumb. So I think this guy is more lucky than anything else. And let's just hope someday that this matter can be resolved. But I think the investigators got to now be proactive and put some stuff out there for the public to see. They can still protect their case, and they can still protect the evidence involved therein. But written communication to solve cases before, if you're listening, Pima County Sheriff's Department, and considering to release those documents could make a big difference in this particular case.
Let me throw this one question before we jump into our next topic area here. I'm going to throw it to both of you guys.
Here we go.
Do you believe
we're going to throw this topic to the chat as well?
Ransom letters were written by a single individual or a proxy acting on behalf of some sort of syndicate?
Jim, go ahead.
I'll jump in first, and I'll just say I think the second option is absurd. I don't believe that I don't. That's as absurd as the quote ransom letter in the Ramsey case.
And we know how bogus that whole thing was.
We do.
Yeah, I don't. And again, we're on the outside here, folks, and there could be one document we don't know anything about that could, lay everything out in, dotted line A, B, C, D, detail. But from everything that we've heard so far, and without the proof of life, now even proof of death, I would just need a lot more information to believe any of these communications is legitimate. And I'll just add on to there, it doesn't mean the FBI and the Sheriff's Department shouldn't investigate these and try to get to the source of them. But however, with the minimal amount of proof or indications that these letters apparently revealed about the abduction itself, about Nancy Guthrie, living or dead afterwards, any half-ass kidnapper knows you got to provide that proof of life. And if that wasn't given, and it was just some half-ass thing that, we think we saw something on the corner of the floor, to me, that's not enough. If you want the money, you're going to make it really clear. You've got this person. Here's proof. Send the money now or she dies. And I'm sure the Guthries would have, Savannah and her family would have done that. Why send it to TMZ and a local Tucson TV station? They want attention, like Jim said. And they wanted Savannah to know maybe this person's using the media against her, just like, she wouldn't allow him to be part of the media that he wanted, an interview or something like that with her. And Jim,
there could have been some fixation that she knew nothing about. It was completely in his mind.
And I said I'm willing to leave it at this. I'm hoping they go back at least 5 years with every single email and/or letter Savannah Guthrie ever received, and look at every single one of those authors, and even the most innocent. Hey, really like your show this morning. That was great. Okay, who sent that? And take it from there and see what that person's up to right now, or certainly what they were up to February 1st.
Let's hope they're doing that, Jim. Let's hope they're doing it.
The answer may be right there. So yeah, why don't we switch gears here and segue into a case a little bit older.
All right, everybody. All right. That I just put the link there to follow them up, and also give a follow to Faithful Servant. I don't know if you're still in the chat. Put a link to your channel real quick. All right, here is Faithful Servant. Great channel. There it is. Great songs. Hello, Sean B. All right, we're going to jump over here to Monks. Here's Monk's Intrigue. If you don't follow him and subscribe, he has a members only channel where he posts some good videos about his members, for his members. So here is that. Get this started. This is called Why. And just put this in here, put the title on the banner. He's almost to 60,000 subscribers. This is Monk's Intrigue. Monk's Intrigue, and the title is Why I Tend to Believe That Two of the Ransom Notes Are Real. The Abduction of Nancy Guthrie. Monk's Intrigue, 54,000. Here's the link to his page. And we're going to do a live reaction.
have been with me for a very long time now. And I think you've gotten the idea that I really hate self-promoting. It's not something that I'm ever comfortable doing, but it's something that I have to do now and again. But if you would like more content from me, then just be aware that I do have a member section. And I think a lot of you will be pleasantly surprised or basically appalled at how cheap that first tier is. And that is for early access videos like this one. Now, as much as I would love to do this, what I'm doing right now for a living, as some of you might know, considering this subject matter that we talk about on this channel, you know, some of the content I discuss cannot be monetized, and it almost feels random at times. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. So let's just say consistency in income is very dramatic. So becoming a member helps me out greatly in terms of that consistency. Hey, that's all you'll hear from me about this, again, for a very long time. Now, getting into what we're going to talk about today, it's going to sound a bit like a detour from the title, but I promise you that it all leads to a point. And me personally, I don't mind if facts about a case are reiterated to preface or simply help me better understand that point. There's always been an interesting plot hole in the Nancy Guthrie case, okay? Like amongst countless other plot holes, of course, but the one that I found pretty troublesome actually manifested not too long ago while watching The Interview Room, and it's been on my mind ever since. So Chris McDonough and his even more beautiful wife, Karen, through sources and via Nanos's early reporting, provided the problematic timeline of when the family was over at Nancy's house as early as 11 a.m. Now, in context to the situation, that actually makes a lot of sense because Nancy's church friends, right, began to become concerned about her absence and called Annie at around 11 a.m. Annie and Tommaso rushing over to Nancy's house, it actually bodes well in terms of behavior, right? Because if we love our mother and we're told that she missed an activity that she, pun intended, religiously attends every week at the same time with the same people, I would think our panic level is at, say, a level 2 at this time. With each ring that is not answered, okay, panic is going to rise to a level 4 and probably reaches 5 when it goes to voicemail. We're immediately telling our spouse the situation while grabbing our keys, right? We're on the move. We're heading out the door already because our panic has now risen to 6, and then it's a 7 as we're erratically racing to our mom's house. Can't get to our mom's house fast enough. Now, the phone, it has never left our hand, okay? And we're speed dialing mom over and over again in this 10-minute drive to get over there. Our heart is basically pounding out of our chest, right? Panic level is at a solid 8. This also depends on where we choose to enter the house, right? Now, of course, we're from the future, so we already know what awaits us. So our hearts will be wrenching within the next couple of minutes, and I'm going to say it that way because allow me to put into perspective that if Nancy could enter her house through her own garage within 2 minutes, I would say that her able-bodied daughter and even more nimble son-in-law could rush into her house in a lot less time. So I think it's very safe to say that within the next couple of minutes, family would be in an all-out panic. At least we would, don't you think? In short order, I would think they would have checked her room to find that she's not asleep in there, and finally find all the aforementioned warning signs that this is 100% not just a simple walk away. So let's just say that by 11:30 a.m., which I think is extremely generous, is when the family should have fully realized that the back doors are propped wide open, that Nancy's phone, her wallet, her medication are still there. A missing doorbell camera, and of course, the blood on the porch. If the realization took until 11:30, then still what prevents them from calling the police for the next 33 minutes? And this is something that I would love to hear what you guys can come up with. And I'm going to tell you right now, if it was me, okay, Finding my mom missing after not being able to contact her is more than enough for me to have already called the police and pretty much worry about all the other details later. But let's go ahead and entertain what we could possibly do in that 33 minutes. I mean, it did take me a while to actually come up with something, and I actually think that it's a good one. And it comes from Savannah's interview with Hoda Kotb, which is calling all the local hospitals. And I could actually see how that burns up 33 minutes if they had to call multiple hospitals, right? 2 or more ERs whose phone lines could possibly be busy. Now, I will add, to be fair, that just because we can't understand how family is not able to read the clear signs of foul play, that shouldn't be held against them, because we have to remember that panic at this point should be at a level 10 and everyone reacts differently. But between you and me, I'll have to say that 1 hour, even 33 minutes, is an eyebrow-raising amount of time given this situation. And I will speak for all of us invested in this case. Wouldn't it be nice, if not very fruitful, to have met Annie and Tommaso since day one? Because there are some answers they could give us that should definitely not hinder the case. Hell.
Exactly. Why? I don't even want to mention it. Why aren't they talking? At least just make a social media post.
This video right here would not exist if they told us themselves when they actually got to Nancy's house. How did they get into the house, right? What did they see that led them to believe that something was seriously wrong? Why did you take so long from when Nancy's church buddies told you about Nancy being missing to the time that you actually called the police? That last question actually does not change whether they got to Nancy's house at 11 a.m. or 11:56 a.m., which is the time that I initially believed before I watched the interview room, because the facts remain that Nancy's church friends notified Annie at roughly 11 a.m. And it doesn't change the fact that the police were notified at noon. There is still roughly a 1 hour gap. The funny thing is, these are seemingly mundane things that we can assume the Pima County Sheriff's Department has logged somewhere in their files. How interesting would that be once, I guess, they finally decide to illuminate us with this information? I've said this before, and it's worth saying again. If family had absolutely nothing to do with it, then why is their story such a mystery? Okay, why don't we know what the Uber driver said? All right, no matter how boring, we've been told.
And that's the thing about this case is the weird silence. If this was any other case, there would be people that would be talking, friends, family, anybody.
That the family gathered the night previous, right? They had dinner and they had game night. Who exactly attended this family get together? Hey, how about the route that Tommaso took Nancy home in? Okay, why don't we know that route? Because imagine all the public and private cameras that might have caught them driving past, and all those people that could have checked their archives to track that phantom vehicle. I mean, you cannot tell us that knocking on every door along that route is more efficient than just releasing Tommaso's route and having someone say, hey, I live along that route, and that person calling in with useful footage. Now, let me add that it's no secret at this point in the case that Pima County Sheriff's Department and the FBI are not on the same page, possibly not even reading the same book. Guys, the things that Pima County chooses to release couldn't even help crack an egg, let alone an abduction case. For example, Pima
Copeland, oh my gosh, all the way from England.
County released that
Nest doorbell camera detects a person at 2:12 a.m. and immediately the sheriff adds nonsense by saying it could be an animal. Why? Whereas the FBI releases a 40-second clip of that person detected, not a javelina with a crotch holster. The FBI revealed an entire masked gunman for the entire world to see, which makes me believe that the FBI at least does hope the public can help them solve the mystery. And in contrast, in my opinion, I don't think the sheriff wants anyone else, especially the FBI or lawn chair detectives like ourselves, to take this one away from him. Okay. It almost feels like he sees it as some type of affront to his position, because let's never forget, he needs votes. Okay. Come re-election time. And what a feather this would be in his cap.
Yes,
to
it
solve,
would be.
if not the biggest cases in Pima County history. And I really do hope that the good people of Pima County will think to ask, okay, the sheriff, if he's running in the next election, what really is the excuse for keeping the FBI, you know, those guys with the high-tech toys and the endless resources? What's the excuse of keeping that department out for the first 4 critical days of
The first 4 days, that's going to be the question. Now, we are still holding hope. I mean, I will hope that I can go on to social media one day and go, you know what? Great job, Nanos. You solved the case. Nanos, great work. But right now, we do not have that. We do not. It is, and everybody's saying they could release this information. Why are they holding so much? This is not normal.
the investigation. Now, that piece of tidbit that I just shared with you, that started out as a leaked rumor, and we didn't know if that was true or not. And it turned out to be solid fact.
In the Nancy Guthrie case, I got frustrated because I knew from my sources they were trying to keep you guys out.
They did.
They did keep you out.
And look, here's how
time matters in an investigation.
The first 48 hours of anyone's disappearance are the most critical.
Good morning, Sheriff Nanos. Thank you so much for your time. I only have a couple of questions for you. And the first one is simple. How can you think early on that Nancy is an elderly walk away, and also say that you don't believe that she walked out of the house on her own accord? Please enlighten us. The scene gave us grave concerns, and we didn't find any shoe prints. That tells us great detectives that she did not walk out on her own, but she's also not in the house. So me and my detectives, which I trust with my very own wife, we put our heads together and we realized
this is awesome.
She's outside. Here we go again. Okay, Sheriff. Okay, she's outside. Then why did you call off search and rescue so early on? And then ask the public that if they see her to call you, right? You can see why that makes no sense. Yes, look, young man. I'm an optometrist by nature, and, I just want to bring Nancy home. I just want to look at the whiskey glass, half drunk. Sheriff, I'm not going through this again. So, I only have one more question for you before I'm arrested for not being on the easement. Why did you prevent the FBI from being part of the investigation for 4 whole days? Monks. That is all a great misunderstanding. The FBI loves me as I adore the FBI. Since day one, I have been spoon feeding them all the information that I want to give them. I mean, you must have seen it. I gave them that at 2:12, the Nest camera detected a person. It might have been a coyote, I don't know, but we definitely called out the homicide unit just in case it was an elderly walk away. So what does this tell us? I feel it shows a clear conflict of interest because, as everyone knows, the first 48 hours when a person goes missing is very crucial, and the odds of getting that person back just decreases dramatically with each passing moment. Now, let me say this next bit carefully. If this is not an inside job, if all of the Guthrie family and the people that orbit them have no clue, no inclination of who the porch guy could even be, then I cannot see any other emotion except being irate at the handling of Nancy's disappearance. Now, let's go ahead and get to these ransom notes and how it all ties into this, okay? So we've heard the term boots on the ground. How come we have not seen Adidas on the ground? Or maybe even Skechers on the ground, right? Desperately looking for Nancy. Those early days, and that's a sentiment I'm just reiterating because I've heard that countless times. Why haven't the Guthries themselves been on the search like the good folks out there? Now, for Savannah, yes, she is high profile, but I do believe she is the only high profile person that would possibly be in danger because at the time, right, who was anybody else? Now, there could be a plausible reason why that is, however, and that is that they did believe that ransom note number 1 received the very next day after her kidnapping on February 2nd was real, okay? The one that was addressed, hello, Savannah, right? Clearly indicating that they have Nancy demanding a ransom and giving information about the crime scene that only the perp would know, okay? The first 2 notes that Savannah addressed in her media-trained way as she was talking with Hoda Kotb as being the ones that she tends to believe are real. I now personally believe that she knows it's real, that the FBI has convinced her that it's real, that Nanos believes it's real as well, and why he called off search and rescue so early on, even rejecting the help of the Cajun Navy because they all believed that the notes are real. Doesn't that answer those questions pretty efficiently? The only problem with the notes, of course, no proof of life. So they released plea video number 1 on February 4th. And it seemed like the primary objective of this video is to tug on the kidnapper's heartstrings and ask for proof of life. And it seemed to have worked because on February 6th, they get a response from a fully tugged heart, it appears. The second note was revealed by news reporter Brianna Whitney.
The way that this note was written, it's written as we, like we didn't know this, as if it was some sort of team or whoever was involved in this. It said, we did not fully grasp the seriousness of her physical condition. It went on to say that they never intended to hurt her during all of this. They continued and said she perished shortly after she was taken. They believe that it was heart related. And then what the reports were confirming earlier today, that she was buried with nature. And maybe the most important part of the second ransom note, it said, nothing you could have done could have changed the outcome. We are truly sorry.
Now, I want you to remember, guys, we've gone over this note, but to a lesser degree. And the one thing I've said there is language can be very important in dealing with writings such as this, okay? Let me point out that the writer chose buried with nature as opposed to buried in nature. The difference for me is how I picture it when I hear them separately, okay? Buried in nature, it makes me picture someone having already dug a hole in the earth, placing her in, and then covering it by shoveling dirt on top, okay? But when I hear buried with nature, I actually think of them just leaving Nancy on the ground and just basically covered her up with some vegetations that they would find just to keep her out of sight. Now, please forgive me if I'm going to be a bit graphic, but if they did strip Nancy of everything that she was wearing and just left her there, that the wildlife would do the rest, right? With nature. They even ended note number 2 with a literal heartfelt apology, which makes me wonder if, Savannah and Annie's letters in that first plea video really did get to the kidnappers. Maybe it was Cameron's blank stare into the camera, right? That really pierced into these cold-hearted souls. They suddenly developed a conscience. The note also ended with, nothing you could have done could have changed the outcome, and that we are truly sorry. Here's what I tend to believe now that I have given this much thought, that this ransom note is really from someone in the know, but it is fake in its sentiment, meaning the writer did know what Nancy's fate was always going to be, but felt the need to risk the FBI being able to track their email just so that they could inform the family that Nancy was dead, to also absolve the family of any guilt and to leave a heartfelt apology. Now, as I'm putting it to you that way, not a chance, right? A real kidnapper, when everything goes wrong, when your target happens to die, I'm thinking they just go quiet, okay? This juice is definitely not worth the squeeze if your only prize is lethal injection. And
That makes a good point, everybody. That makes a good point. Why would they try to communicate if Nancy isn't around? That's going to put themselves in danger. There's nothing to gain.
I'm going to give you guys a fun fact that Arizona just executed a man this previous May for setting another man on fire who subsequently died. So we know that Arizona has brought back the death penalty. So whoever the culprit is in this case is actually
Not in
staring
Tucson.
not only at life, but possible execution. Now, before
We
we
don't
move on
have
to
it in
the
Pima
February
County,
7th
Monk.
sibling plea video, the second one, I want us.
That's one thing. Pima County attorney does not ever ask for the death penalty. So even though we do have it in the state, our county attorney in Pima County said she will never ask for it.
Us to think about the usage of we in both notes. The writer wants us to know that this is at least a two-person effort. But why? Almost makes me want to revisit and think through the lone wolf theory once again. Why does this writer want us to believe that this is a group effort? Okay. Now, like I've said, I already don't believe the sentiment is genuine. So I'm thinking the almost gratuitous usage of the word we is something to throw us off, in the same vein as, the unnecessary nature of the second note at all of it, right? It's the second note should not have happened. Just like the porch guy should have never been on the porch. Anyways, moving on to February 7th, okay? The family is going to release their second plea video.
We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
And the tone has shifted, okay? From hopeful to pretty much dejected, as if they were accepting that Nancy was gone. And so looking back now, okay, with knowledge of these notes almost in full, I mean, it fits perfectly the progression of their plea videos along with the ransom notes. Now, if you're in the camp that multiple people are carrying this caper out, then there is definitely a weak link in this caper, don't you think? And, whoever it was that wrote note number 2, why is there such a different tone from note number 1? I'll just say, if there are 2 writers, then I think the writer of note number 1 better be watching the writer of note number 2 like a hawk, because I can only imagine that growing a conscience in their line of work is bad for business. Writer number 2 really needs to remember that if one of them is capable of burying an 84-year-old woman with nature, who's to say that this person won't bury them as well? Now, I just want to go back and touch on when Savannah told the entire world that she tends to believe that the notes are real, which makes me and a lot of people believe that she knows these notes are real. And I figure that that might not be what the FBI wanted Savannah to even mention. If note number 1 really did reveal information that only the culprit would know, then they know, the insiders know that they are communicating with the killer. They just have to keep it on the low. So how does this come full circle back to what we discussed at the top of the video? Okay. So besides the culprit or the culprits themselves, think to yourself, who are the only other people in the world that would have the same information that only the culprit would know? My name is Monks. Now go protect the ones that you love and love the ones that protect you.
All right, everybody, there is Monk's Intrigue. Here is the link. There is the link. Go sub him up. That was definitely some eye-opening stuff. And we are hitting the end tonight, everybody. I'm going to head to the closing point here, but it was a great show. And the main point I was wanting to bring up is tonight is this is a lot more than just Nancy Guthrie. This to me is an attack on our community. We need more answers than what's being brought to us, and hopefully they will start to look at this as a national security issue. So we I guess I'll play this one. So we're going to play this video as we all say goodnight. And you guys, we got about 5 minutes left to play this video, and just put in, goodnight comments, and thank you guys. If you were able to hit the like button, it looks like we're over almost 600 likes. So hit the like button. But thank you everybody for hanging out, adding in lots of good. The comments that were coming in tonight were just amazing. Amazing. Thank you, Liberty and Justice for All. Oh my gosh, thank you. Appreciate that. Good to see you back in the chat. And the comments, everybody was just really insightful. So thank you again for tuning in. It's late where everybody's at, I'm sure, unless you're in England or something. Maybe it's probably like 5 in the morning in England. Thank you, Tea Time. Good night, Bev. Have a wonderful day. Thank you. Thank you so much. It was good to get this off, because we're so tied up in the ransom notes and this and that. But the bigger picture of this is in my opinion, national security threat. So maybe they'll take it a little more serious, release some more information to the public. Good night, Jazz, Desiree, Chicky, Marie, Amma 101, Kelvin, good night. Thanks for tuning in tonight. And Julie, good to see you hanging out tonight. Peace of Jesus, been there all night. Thank you for all great comments. Kim, Joanne, Kathleen, Sunflower. So we're going to get this song playing. All right, everybody. Good night. Sleep good. And I will talk to you tomorrow. Peace and love.
It's hard to understand how someone can be here one night and simply be gone the next. She pulled into the driveway on a quiet desert night. The Catalina Mountains.
Thank you, Susan. Good night.
Into the Tucson sky. A simple wave goodbye. Nothing seemed out of place. Just another evening ending, like so many days. No warning in the darkness, no sign of what would come. No reason for her loved ones to fear the rising sun. But sometimes life changes between one heartbeat and the next, and the questions that remain can become so very heavy. The house stood quiet, but Nancy was gone.
Good night. Fanny Pack user.
Her phone was where she left it. Her memories filled that home. But Sunday morning came and went, and she never showed. Now every passing sunset feels a little harder to bear when the answers never come and hope hangs in the air. The house stood quiet, but Nancy was gone. The church was waiting for her as the morning slowly grew. An empty place where she'd always been, an absence nobody knew. A worry call brought family to the house before noon, searching every hallway, every corner, every room. Her belongings stayed behind her, like she'd planned to return, leaving only silence and questions that still burn. No footprints in the gravel, no goodbye left behind, just 1,000 broken thoughts running through everyone's mind. The house stood quiet, but Nancy was gone. The desert kept its silence, the mountains watched below, and every person who loved her still waits for what they don't know. Through every sleepless evening, through every passing prayer, the hope of finding answers still lingers in the air. The house stood quiet, but Nancy was gone. A daughter keeps on hoping, a family keeps believing. Somewhere beyond the questions, beyond the fear and pain, someone knows the story, someone knows her name. And until the truth is found, the searching won't be done. The house stood quiet, but Nancy was gone. A mother, a friend, a life that matters still, and every heart that's heard her story carries part of it still. The desert keeps remembering with every setting sun, and those who love her hold on tight until the answers come. The house stood quiet, but Nancy was gone. The mountains keep their watch tonight, stars still shine above. And somewhere in the silence, there is still hope. There is still love.
Wow, that is a touching song, and that's where we're leaving it tonight, everybody. There is still hope. There is still love, and that's where we got to leave it. We got to keep the hope and the love going no matter what. And thank you so much. Liberty and justice for all. $20 super, and then the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Let's see who got a membership. I don't have that pulled up. Dang it. Well, whoever got a membership, thank Liberty and Justice for All. Thank you, everybody. Sikorsky, welcome in. Thanks for stopping in. Dom C, always great comments and just positivity. It's amazing, the community. So everybody, good night. Joanne, peace. Kathleen, thank you so much. All your support and positive comments. Rona, thanks for subbing up to the channel. Rona is the new subscriber of the day. User, thank you. Thank you for coming in. Susan, thank you. Thank you for all the comments you made tonight too and hanging out. Appreciate it. Tomorrow is a new day and I will be back. Hopefully maybe we'll get some new information, but we're just going to keep doing what we do. As Joanne said it perfectly right there, spreading love and kindness to all, keeping the awareness, advocating for victims. So, yeah, we're getting ready to sign off, Nina, but go ahead and watch the replay. Go hype up the replay. I think you hit the hype button. Make a comment, helps the channel. So thank you. Yes, God bless everyone that is missing in the world, and prayers to have them come home. And that's what we have to do. Just keep the awareness where we can. So thank you guys. Sleep good, and I will talk to you tomorrow. Peace and love, everybody. Good night. I forgot. I said I would play this song for Faithful Servant. This is the last one. Good night, everybody.
July 4th, red, white, and blue. 250 years, and freedom still reigns true. The Constitution gave the people a voice. Free speech, free press, and the right to choice. But in Catalina foothills, something went wrong. Streamers stood their ground, boots on ground strong. Across from Nancy's house, they came to report, then found themselves fighting citations in court. Boots on the ground, JLR, Army stand tall. Freedom of speech still belongs to Alex too. Boots on the ground, JLR Army. If P57 got cited, then the charges got dropped. But the questions remain, and the cameras never stopped. Juice got 2 citations. July 2nd, he appears. Alex got 2 misdemeanors and 1 felony to clear. It don't feel fair, it don't feel right when the free press gets pushed out of sight. So JLR respond, let the people be heard. The First Amendment still means every word. Boots on the ground, JLR. Army stand tall. Freedom of speech.
Oh, this is hilarious.
Belongs to us all. 250 years in the red, white, and blue. Standing for freedom.
The boots on the ground. Oh,
breaking through. Boots on the ground. JLR Army.
New to the channel, welcome. Very grateful for you to be here.
all right, everybody. Good night, and I will talk to you tomorrow. Thank you so much again, everyone. Tuning in, hitting the like button. If you were able to hit the super, thank you guys. Talk to you tomorrow. Good night. Peace and love.